Good afternoon and welcome to the August 23rd, 2021 meeting of the Orlando City Council. We're going to begin today's proceedings with the invocation and pledge led today by Commissioner Patty Sheehan, who is remote.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate everyone letting me participate virtually today. My mother went into nursing home, and I need to be very, very careful with COVID-19 right now. So I would like to lead today, and it's been a very challenging week for my family, I know for probably a lot of families, and I'd like to lead today with some inspirational words from Mother Teresa, which always help me through difficult times. People are often unreasonable and self-centered. Forgive them anyway. If you are kind, people may accuse you of ulterior motives. Be kind anyway. If you are successful, you may win some false friends and some true enemies. Succeed anyway. What you spend years building, someone can destroy overnight. Build anyway. If you are honest, people may cheat you. Be honest anyway. If you find happiness, people may be jealous. Be happy anyway. The good you do may be forgotten tomorrow. Do good anyway. Give the world the best you have, and it may never be enough. Give your best anyway. For you see, in the end, it is between you and God. It was never between you and them anyway. Please stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Okay, first item of business is call the meeting to order, determination of a quorum, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Gray?
Here.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Here.
Commissioner Stewart?
Here.
Commissioner Sheehan?
Here.
Commissioner Hill?
Here.
Commissioner Burns?
Here.
Mayor Dyer?
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum with all members present.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I will note that Commissioner Sheehan is attending virtually today. Okay, how about let's consider the minutes from the workshop agenda review and City Council meetings of July 19th, 2021.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Burns. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. We have no awards, presentations, and recognitions, but we had a great workshop this morning. Went a couple hours on our efforts to bring about systemic change in our police department and improve what I think is one of the very best departments in the country already. And Chief, again, thank you for your openness and your willingness to implement the recommendations of the Bowman Group. Okay, Mayor's update. I just have a couple things. All right, housekeeping. A few people here are here for the Rose Art items, and there are three items. There's two ordinances and the appeal. We'll hear the ordinances after the appeal. We have about 50 people that have signed up to speak, either as appellants or simply from the public. So what I would like is that members of the public who want to speak on any of those items and haven't signed up yet, we're going to stop taking requests 30 minutes after we start the first appeal. So you got 30 minutes from the time we start that. So that's probably, I don't know, an hour and a half from now, something like that. So if you want to speak on any of the Rose Art items, get signed up now. You won't be able to yield time to any other speaker, and you'll have 3 minutes when the time comes. Belated happy birthday to Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Ortiz. I don't think we've had one since my birthday either, so let's sing happy birthday to everybody here. All right? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, everybody. Happy birthday to you.
And many more.
August was a really good month to be born in.
Really.
All right. On Friday, with very short notice, we saw the impacts of COVID-19 have manifested itself in a variety of ways and continue to impact us. Friday with OUC, we updated the community on another challenge that we are facing with the search, and that's the high demand for liquid oxygen. Liquid oxygen is used to treat COVID patients, their respiratory treatment nationally, and here in the city, we're experiencing a shortage because of the large volume of people that are being treated in hospitals for COVID. So, liquid oxygen is also used to treat and purify our drinking water. So OUC is experiencing an impact to its supply, and it is appropriate that it goes to the hospitals first. There is a way we can help OUC, and that's to start water conservation. We need your assistance to do that. As a resident, you can do that by simply stopping irrigating for a week or so, maybe 2 weeks. And since we requested this on Friday, at least at my house, it's rained every day, so it is not an issue. We've just turned it off, and my homeowners association proudly came over and said, Mayor, we shut all our irrigation off, and we're going to follow and do what we can do. So I would request everybody else to do that as well. You don't need to wash your car or power wash for just a couple weeks in all likelihood. And then the other thing is, let's get vaccinated. We're in the optional part of this pandemic. You can opt out simply by getting vaccinated. And I think I heard that the CDC finally signed completely off on the Pfizer vaccine, so that's no longer an excuse that you're waiting for the CDC to do it. And that is the best way to get us back to normal, and it's the best way to protect yourself. Over 90% of the people that are in the hospital right now are unvaccinated, so those are facts. I mean, simply facts. If you want to not be in the hospital, go get vaccinated. And to help you with that, we are also doing a few things to incentivize people to get vaccinated. You can win event tickets at our local venues, some pretty cool concerts and football games. Tomorrow, if you get vaccinated at Camping World Stadium, you can be eligible to win. And then Thursday here at City Hall and Camping World Stadium right now is a permanent spot. So for the next several weeks, you can go to Camping World Stadium. With that, I'm going to go ahead and go to the consent agenda. And the consent agenda is a number of items that are acted upon through a single vote of council. We allow commissioners to comment, and hopefully they won't be too lengthy today, on issues of importance from their district. We rotate the order we do that, and Commissioner Sheehan, you're first up.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer, and I just want to thank everyone again for understanding that I'm participating virtually today. I moved my mother into assisted living, and it's been a really rough week, and the last thing I need to do right now is to get exposed, so I appreciate everyone's concern and understanding. Very brief today, because I know we have a long day. I want to say on item A1, the National Resource Defense Council, reducing food waste. I think that's a great program. I'm glad our sustainability people are looking for new and creative ways to reduce our carbon footprint. And item A4, the case management to First Presbyterian to house 360 individuals trying to end homelessness in downtown. That is a really great program. And in order to keep things short, Mayor, that's all I had today. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sheehan. Commissioner Hill.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll give an update on what was going on in District 5 since last council, at our next council, because as you said, this is a lengthy council, but I do want to mention on the consent agenda to congratulate Ms. Shirley Walker that will be coming on board to help us direct our employment and training program, which she has extensive resume regarding job training and development for businesses, but more so working with Career Source and all those other partners that we work with. Also, I want to echo Commissioner Sheehan's sentiments about First Press and their Compassion Corner. It's going to be there at the Service Center in Paramore to help house and give wraparound services, but more so something that is much needed, and that's case management for those that are experiencing homelessness here in the city of Orlando. And then again, congratulations to Vodum Construction a minority construction entity as an office in Paramore on the rehab project there at Lou Gardens. And I don't have the actual consent number, but also I'm looking forward to working with Checker in the work that they're doing with bringing 630 workforce jobs here that's new in the city of Orlando, but many of the wraparound services when it comes to returning citizens and second chances for felons. And I look forward to more dialogue and our partnership with that. And that's all I have, Mayor.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Burns?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to encourage everyone, as you did, Mayor, to please get vaccinated if you haven't already, and encourage your family and friends to do so as well. I just want to mention one thing. August is Black-Owned Business Month, and this month my office recognized CB Catering and Events in Metro West, owned by George Ashford and former radio and television personality Monica May. CB Catering offers catering services to our schools, churches, and many organizations and businesses within the city. They also offer weekend events and have some of the best salmon in town, so please check them out. And they're located right in the heart of District 6 in Metro West. And that's all I have, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gray?
Thank you, Mayor. Activities both past and future on my website, and given the amount of issues on the agenda, I think I'll yield my time to Commissioner Ortiz.
Commissioner Ortiz?
Let's do this real quick. Saturday, July 31st, Englewood Neighborhood Center celebrated the official rollout of the Englewood Kids Zone. I just want to thank everybody who has been involved. Started with Lisa Early, Tyler Chandler, Rodney Williams, Alex Tammis. It's a great success. We finally got it in the East Side. I'm looking forward to the outcome of this great program. There's a bunch of companies already also getting involved to help our kids. Saturday 14th, August 14th, I handed over my presidency with the Florida League of Cities. The message is very simple. We must continue educating our communities on how to get involved with government. People have to continue calling the legislators and keeping an eye on what those guys in Tallahassee and Washington are legislating for that affects our communities. Let's stop preemptions and unfunded mandates, but everybody has to get involved. And on August 17th, we commenced the Academia de Gobierno, our Spanish version of Government Academy. And I'm looking forward to people learning more and more about government. And last but not least, since we're celebrating birthdays before, today is my aide's Megan Shaver's birthday, so I'm wishing her a great happy birthday. Those of you that know her, please give her a call. She's awesome and she's a boss. Anyhow, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Stewart?
Thank you, Mayor. Let me share a couple of quick things. Thank you for your work with vaccines, and thank you for bringing to attention the issue concerning the oxygen. You may not know, but it made national news on Sunday morning. And they had mentioned that there's a lot of things people are trying to do, and Orlando has found out there's a way that it's impacting the water supply, and they're asking to conserve water. So
It actually made Rolling Stone magazine.
It did? You're in Rolling Stone magazine? Man, I knew I liked you for some reason. I want to say a special thanks to the College Park Main Street and the Ivanhoe Main Street. They did a cleanup together, which was really kind of cool, working from both ends towards each other. I appreciate the work that they did, so thank you to all those involved. In upcoming news, I'm excited to join Christian Switzer, our Executive Director of Ivanhoe Village, for the State of Ivanhoe Village tomorrow morning. Ivanhoe Village is one of those 3 original districts that we did, or I guess 3 of the 4, when we did it 11 years ago, and I'm excited about being there and being part of that. So I appreciate Christian inviting me to be there. If you live in College Park Neighborhood Association's having they're doing a monthly social. You get a chance to attend, please get a chance to come get engaged in the community. And then the most important thing I'm excited about is that we're playing that Edgewater. I always get confused. Edgewater High School is playing Bishop Moore High School on Friday night in the Battle of College Park. We have a little bit of fun with that. There's a trophy that goes back and forth between the teams that are winning. The first 4 years or 5 years, Bishop Moore got it, and the last 3 years, Edgewater has gotten it. So we are excited about that game. It's Friday night at Edgewater at 7 o'clock. So please plan on attending if you can. Items on the agenda, let me share a couple of things. On the A4, the funding for Compassion Corner through First Presbyterian Church, thank you very much. I think that's going to be an incredible boost over there to helping provide services. On B3 today, there is a contract for Edgewater Drive Complete Streets. We've been working on this for a very long time. We have gotten some vision plans, and now we have hired a contractor to look at what we actually can do over there. So I'm excited about that. B5 is a completion of the lift station 3 over in Rosemont, or Rose Isle area, I'm sorry. We had some challenges over there. For those on the council, we had a power failure, a generator that got then struck by lightning. And it caused a overflow into the lake. And so we have now come up with a tertiary and a fourth level process, and we have changed the circuit, working with OUC to make it a direct circuit. So we've done some really neat things over there, and they'll become standard for us as we move forward. So this is part of that engineering. And then we mentioned earlier today about, in our consent agenda, about the extension for Freedom Ride. We have looked at a lot of possibilities of trying to keep them on our property, and they had a wonderful gift of some land just a few miles away. And so they'll be moving their entire operation there and allow us to get moving forward on our master plan for the Trotters Park Lake Fairview. So I'm excited about those two things that we will get moving forward on. So thank you all for your support on those. And with that, Mayor, I'd like to move the consent agenda.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Ortiz. Also want to mention, Commissioner Hill mentioned EDV 23, but I am likewise excited about Checkers expanding further into Orlando, and we have a Strive agreement on the council agenda for them, but it'll bring great jobs and great technical jobs to Orlando. With that, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, if there were people that were just here for the consent agenda, good time to make haste. Okay, we will, without objection, recess the city council meeting and call to order the OPEB Board of Trustees. We haven't had an OPEB meeting in quite some time, and we do have one item before us as the Board of Trustees for our OPEB Trust Fund. The city's investment consultant has recommended the selection of a new investment manager for that fund. Mircero Financial Advisors, and the investment in 2 private equity funds and 1 private debt fund. This recommendation has been reviewed and approved by the investment committee and is now before us for final approval. Do I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Burns, second by Commissioner Hill. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Without objection, we'll adjourn the trustees meeting and we will reconvene the city council meeting. And that brings us to new business. We have one item of new business, which is an opioid resolution memorandum of understanding, which is in your packet. Is there a motion to approve the resolution?
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Burns, Commissioner Sheehan. I'll take that as a second, if that's okay.
Fine.
Okay, motion and a second. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Okay, here we go to ordinances. So hearings, ordinances number 1, first reading number 1, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance 2021-53, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, vacating, closing, and abandoning Vera Avenue east of Eunice Avenue, comprised of 0.213 acres of land, more or less, providing for conditions of abandonment, providing for the execution of affecting documents, severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart, second by Commissioner Hill. Is there anyone from the public that would like to testify We have no cards. Discussion among commissioners, hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. All right, number 2 is ordinance number 2021-60, which relates to a GMP for the Rosart project. We need to hear that after we hear the legislative appeal. Likewise, item number 4 under ordinances first read is 2021-61, which relates to an annexation related to the same development. So I'm going to, without objection, defer those 2 ordinances until we've heard the legislative appeal. So we will move on to hearings, ordinances on second reading. Number 1.
Ordinance number 2021-44, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida relating to zoning districts and uses, amending provisions of the Land Development Code to clarify district regulations and allowable use tables for indoor recreation and public benefit uses, and to update definitions, providing legislative findings and for severability, codification of correction of scrivener's errors, and effective date.
Did somebody move before you? I didn't hear him, Commissioner Burns. Motion by Commissioner Burns. Second by Commissioner Ortiz. I had no cards, Madam Clerk, correct?
No speakers,
For
Mayor.
public testimony? Okay, then discussion, hearing none. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Number 2.
Ordinance number 2021-47, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida relating to the electric vehicle readiness, amending Chapter 61, Part 3 of the Land Development Code to add Subpart 3G entitled Electric Vehicle Readiness, providing legislative findings and for codification, correction, scrivener's error, severability, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. I believe we do have folks that want to testify on this. Okay, I do have, looks like 12 folks that have asked to speak. Also, we have received a written comment from Marjorie Holt, which was distributed to council. You'll have 3 minutes. I'm going to call the people that I believe are here in person first, and then we'll go to the people that are appearing by Zoom. So the first 3 would be Thomas Moses, Charles Behrens, and Jeff Benavides. Mr. Moses? Madam Clerk, everybody's in chambers, right? Nobody in a second in the waiting room or anything?
I believe so.
Okay, Mr. Moses going once, twice? Okay, Mr. Behrens? Mr. Benavides? Matthew Alford? Lee Stanhauer?
Good afternoon, Lee Steinhauer, 15418 Sweet Orange Avenue, Winter Garden, Florida. I'm here on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Orlando. Apartment Association represents thousands of companies and individuals in the Central Florida multifamily real estate industry, many of whom work, live, and invest right here in the city of Orlando. I wanted to begin by once again thanking Chris Castro and his team here at the city for working with us and with our coalition partners really kind of throughout this process on the EV ordinance. And as always, the partnership and the collaboration is greatly appreciated to try and come to something that really works for everyone. To that end, though we definitely still have concerns, which we've expressed along with our coalition partners throughout this process regarding the current version of the ordinance before you all here today. We also understand this commission's goals regarding sustainability and preparing the city for greater adoption of EVs, and we certainly want to continue to be partners in that process and try and make sure that we're creating a sustainable future for all of us. We also appreciate some of the incentives and we'll say cost mitigators that have been presented to try and defray and absorb some of the new costs associated with this ordinance and some of the EV infrastructure that development is going to have to put in and install, especially as this market grows and develops. We would certainly ask that those incentives and those cost mitigators do move forward, and that if this is passed, some of them may come later before the implementation of this ordinance, and we hope that they will. We also would ask that other incentives and potential cost mitigators would be considered as we move forward, if we move forward with this ordinance here today. And we appreciate that, and obviously that will help us, again, absorb and mitigate these costs, and also housing affordability, which is a huge concern for all of us. Hopefully this won't be detrimental to that. So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to be here and to speak.
Thank you. Catherine Hudson, and then Tim Perry.
Good afternoon. My name is Kay Hudson, 1831 Azalea Avenue in Winter Park. I'm here today representing the Natural Resources Committee of the League of Women Voters of Orange County to express our strong support for Orlando's electric vehicle readiness ordinance. We all know that the era of electric vehicles is coming. As the demand for electric vehicles rises, so too will the demand for charging stations. There is really no question about this, and the City of Orlando needs to get ready for this eventuality. The EV Readiness Ordinance is just one of many steps the city needs to be taking in developing an integrative climate plan. An integrative climate plan would consider climate change when setting policies in every area, including transportation, resiliency, energy use, air quality, and more. Your decision to support this policy today benefits all these areas of concern. Your constituency cares deeply about the environmental issues and are depending on you to lead Central Florida toward being a truly sustainable community. This ordinance will represent our progressive intentions and our commitment to resilience as Orlando meets the changes and challenges we face. On behalf of the League's 700-person membership of engaged citizens, I urge you to vote for the Orlando EV ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Tim Perry.
Good afternoon. It's good to be with you again. My name is Tim Perry. My address is 200 South Orange Avenue, Suite 1450, Orlando, Florida 32801. As you may recall, I'm the current president of NAIOP Central Florida, and NAIOP Central Florida represents many of the largest property owners and developers here in Orlando. Housing affordability has been a recurring theme. I work downtown, and unfortunately, I can't walk a block without either stepping over a homeless person or being solicited for money. How will mandating this ordinance help with housing affordability? It won't. It will only make housing less affordable. I realize implementing this ordinance sounds good, and it will make a lot of people feel better. However, the reality is that most of NAIOP's members are major corporations. A lot of them are publicly traded. We have ESG standards and have committed to having positive impacts in our communities. Many of our landlords are already addressing EV concerns. By no means are we putting our heads in the sand and hoping this goes away. As a landlord, we have to adapt to the market, or we will go out of business. We will continue to meet the needs and demands of our tenants. Again, it's NAIOP's position that the market will dictate when EV-capable and EV-ready spaces are needed in our buildings and to what extent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, that was the last one that I had that was an in-person. It looks like the remainder is Zoom. Then let's go Dory Larson, Ann Blair, and Raby Abanaro.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Well, good afternoon, Mayor Dyer and Commissioners. My name is Dory Larson. I live at 1846 Lexington Place in Tarpon Springs, Florida. I'm the Electric Transportation Program Manager for the Southern Alliance for Clean Energy, or SACE. I'm speaking in strong support of the EV Ready Ordinance. I'm also representing the 14 organizations that are listed on the sign-on letter you received from SACE in support of the ordinance. I also wanted to mention that Charlie Behrens, who you called to speak in person, asked me to let you know that he wanted to be here today, but his flight back to Orlando was canceled due to Hurricane Henri. Thank you for your affirmative vote on this ordinance during the first reading last month. We encourage you to take similar action today and pass this important policy. As a city council that embraces smart policy making, you understand the intersection of our buildings, electric and transportation systems in the burgeoning electric transportation ecosystem, and how critical it is to build new buildings with the capacity to support electric vehicles. As a city council who supports their city being competitive and not lagging behind the times, you also understand the co-benefits electric transportation brings to those who live, work, and play in Orlando. Economic development, lower cost of transportation, increased energy security, reduced emissions, reduced climate risk, and job growth, just to name a few. To realize these economic benefits, drivers need to feel secure that they will have a place to charge their vehicles, which is why EV Ready policy is so important. EV charging is not an amenity, it's a requirement to make electric vehicles work. If EV drivers don't have access, they cannot fuel. Requiring EV infrastructure to be planned for at the time of new construction is one of the most impactful, cost-effective actions Orlando can take to facilitate the adoption of EVs. As a city council who values equity, you also understand the need to ensure access, a tenet of energy justice, to EV charging stations where we live, and that passing this ordinance will move the city in alignment with and closer to reaching your climate goals. I also wanted to take an opportunity to share Q2 national sales data with you that were released today. If there's any doubt about the way in which American consumers are responding to electric vehicles. Over 66,000 electric vehicles were sold in June. That's 10,000 more than any other month on record. Q2 was the highest quarter on record, and EV sales in the quarter surpassed 15% share of the passenger vehicle market. Also, $41 billion in private investment was announced in Q2, and more than 25 new battery electric vehicle models are expected to enter the market by the end of 2021. So we are well on our way with the transition to electric vehicles. In summary, thank you for taking action today. The time is now to ensure this transition happens in the most cost-effective way possible, and I would urge you to approve this ordinance. Thank you.
Okay, I see Matt Alford has come back into the room, so since you are present, we will call on you now.
Outstanding. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the commission. Just wanted to take a moment and thank you all for your work on this, and thank Mr. Castro, Mr. Bullock, the Electrification Coalition, and the universe of stakeholders that have assembled to discuss these important issues. On the front end, Drive Electric Florida, of which I'm the executive director, is a 501c3 nonprofit, and we are blessed to have the participation of a very robust and diverse stakeholder group. So from multinational corporations such as Engie Impact down to local governments like the city of Orlando, we all work together to create ordinances just like this. And speaking of those two, September 25th, National Drive Electric Week, we're going to be having an event right here in the city. So we're going to be partnering with you all on that. Looking forward to it. Just in terms of fleets, we'll be working on that for the National Drive Electric Week event, pivoting more toward the multi-unit dwelling side of this. An equitable transition to an electric future is a critical component for economic development, and also to make sure that folks that move into these facilities, these communities that are developed, have access to the most up-to-date technology that's going to reduce their outlay or transportation-related expenses, whether that's maintenance, whether that's fuel. This is a good step for that. So, and this community is blessed with a broad tax base, a number of different programs, and yes, some fantastic staff that I'm blessed to work with. Commissioner Ortiz, in your role as the president of Florida League of Cities, you're very aware of the role that preemption plays in terms of giving local governments the tools they need to enact forward-thinking policies, just like this one. I look forward to working with you, working with the stakeholders, and working with the folks that build an incredible sense of community in the development sector to kind of get past these kinds of debates. Let us find tools at the state level that'll allow us to overcome some preemptions, and I look forward to working with the City Commission on that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we will go back to Zoom. So we have Ann Blair and then Rabbi Abanur.
Good afternoon. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Ann Blair. I live at 168 Forest Glen Circle in Avondale Estates, Georgia. I am speaking today on behalf of the Electrification Coalition, where I serve as the Senior Policy Manager for electric transportation. Our organization is a national, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization committed to promoting policies and actions that facilitate the mass deployment of electric vehicles to combat the national security, economic, and public health impacts associated with our nation's dependence on oil. We have had the privilege and opportunity to work to accelerate EV adoption in Orlando as part of our partnership through the Bloomberg American Cities Climate Challenge, including Drive Electric Orlando and the OUC's Electrified Dealer Program. And I'm speaking to you today in support of Orlando's EV Readiness Code, which would accelerate transportation electrification in the city. The adoption of this ordinance is important because transportation electrification is here and it's growing really quickly. Florida consistently ranks as one of the top for electric vehicle sales, and the state, through its recently completed EV Master Plan, has identified the expansion of EV charging as a critical priority to meet the growing EV ownership. Passage of this ordinance is also important because the majority of current EV owners rely heavily on at-home charging for their needs. There is continued interest from residents in Orlando and throughout the state to have EV charging infrastructure available in locations where they frequent, which includes their home most of the time. Electric vehicle owners could certainly forego the cost of installing a charger at home, but because 80% of that charging does happen there and likely will continue, more charging is needed at homes. Not having access to such charging creates barriers to additional ownership from all people. An EV-ready ordinance is also more cost-effective. When infrastructure is installed during the initial construction phase, it is much less expensive than retrofitting existing buildings later down the road. We hope you all will move in support of this ordinance and this growing opportunity for expanded transportation electrification in the city and across the state. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Rabbi Abanor.
Hi, this is Robbie. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Robbie Abanor. I'm calling in from 1172 North New Hampshire Ave in Los Angeles, California. I'm calling on behalf of the Natural Resources Defense Council, where I serve as a sustainable transportation strategist. For the past several years, I've been working with the Bloomberg American Cities Climate Challenge, partnering with cities such as Orlando to pass breaking new sustainability policies. I've been incredibly impressed by the work Orlando has done, leading the way on electric vehicle readiness. And on behalf of the NRDC and the American Cities Climate Challenge, I strongly support this ordinance, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Shelley Francis, and then Olivia Yandra, then Michael Cohen.
Good
Shelley
afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Dr. Shelley Francis. I'm based in Atlanta, Georgia. I am the co-founder of EV Hybrid Noir, a 501c3 and the nation's largest network of diverse electric vehicle drivers and enthusiasts. Our mission is to advance EVs and multimodal transportation electrification or e-mobility solutions in the Southeast and nationwide in a way that is inclusive and equitable. As the voice of diverse EV drivers and enthusiasts, our work falls into 3 buckets. We directly engage with communities that are often left out of e-mobility discussions. We advocate for e-mobility solutions in underserved communities, and we work to shift the narrative about e-mobility to be more inclusive of diverse populations and advocate for policies like this that can make EV adoption more accessible to communities. I'm also the co-founder and managing partner of EV Noir, which is a technology consulting company whose work focuses on e-mobility best practices in e-mobility, diversity, equity, and inclusion. We're also members of Drive Electric Florida. And prior to founding these organizations, I was a medical school faculty member and researcher examining environmental public health disparities as it relates to mobility and exposure to particulate matter. So for the last couple of years, our organizations have worked on the American Cities Climate Challenge, and we've directly supported the City of Orlando along with 25 other cities as they move to frame out and develop their electrification strategies and frameworks. So locally, we've been providing guidance on e-mobility best practice as well as e-mobility, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And we facilitated a number of key informant interviews with community stakeholders. So I'm here today as a concerned citizen and a subject matter expert who's in support of the EV Readiness Ordinance. I attended the last meeting a few weeks ago, but I had to leave before I had the opportunity to speak. So just a couple quick things to note. Policies like the EV Readiness Ordinance really helps to ensure that this transition to transportation electrification is a just transition. And that means it involves and benefits all communities, especially those communities that are hit first and worst by air pollution and climate change. So specifically, communities like Paramore are disproportionately impacted by air pollution. And so having access to multimodal clean transportation, electric vehicles, really has a tremendous opportunity to help address this. And so the other thing that we know is that 80 to 90% of charging is done at home, but there are many communities and homes that are unable to have access. So it's really important so that in preparation for this changing transportation landscape, that we make sure that this transition is accessible to all. So again, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. Our team looks forward to continuing to work with stakeholders to accelerate EV adoption in a manner that's both equitable and common sense. So thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Olivia Sciandra.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Olivia Chandra. My address is 285 Uptown Boulevard, Altamont Springs, Florida 32701. And I'll be speaking today on behalf of Audubon, Florida. I'd first like to say thank you to Mayor Buddy Dyer, the City Council, and also the Office of Sustainability and Resilience. The proposed EV Readiness Code is another example of the way in which Orlando continues to advance meaningful climate action and sustainability, while also setting an example for Florida. Audubon, Florida, and our dedicated advocates recognize that we can only achieve our conservation goals if we also mitigate the causes and impacts of climate change while working towards more equitable and resilient communities. The EV Readiness Code is a step in that direction. The transportation sector is responsible for nearly 40% of Florida's greenhouse gas emissions. Incentivizing and facilitating individuals' abilities to transition from gas-powered to electric vehicles is an important part of reducing emissions in this sector. Adding minimum requirements for EV parking spaces and EV charging infrastructure in certain developments to the city's land development code readies Orlando for the influx of electric vehicles that's to come. Providing equitable access to the necessary charging infrastructure means that residents across the city can charge regardless of where they live. Furthermore, planning for the transition to electric vehicles and making the investment in infrastructure now reduces the need for costly retrofits in the future. Audubon, Florida supports the EV Readiness Code, and we thank the city for their strong commitment to cutting emissions by 90% by 2040 and for their continued leadership. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. And Michael Cohen.
Can you hear me?
We can.
Mayor, Commissioners, I am Michael Cohen. I live at 2505 Donaldson Drive. I co-founded Solar United Neighbors of Florida, We do the solar co-ops that the city has funded and supported. As of this morning, 248 people have joined the current co-op and 29 have signed contracts to go solar. Solar and EV are part of the solution you committed to in August 4 years ago to make the city 100% renewable by 2050. Last month, some of you sounded like St. Augustine, who once prayed to God, "Make me chaste and celibate, but not yet." Remember, when the government required airbags, auto companies fought the rule, saying it would raise the price of cars and lead to layoffs. Then they realized safety sells cars. Passing the EV readiness ordinance will make it easier and more profitable for developers to sell their properties to real estate investment trusts, because the infrastructure for EVs will be in place compared to other properties that need to dig, run electrical lines, and add circuits, then installing charging stations. Recently, a Washington Post advice column had this quote: "If you see a line, get in it. You never know when they're handing something out." If I was a developer, I would ask for a handout to do the EV readiness, and I would laugh all the way to the bank if you gave it to me. Vote for this ordinance and keep us on track for the 2050 goal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, that's the end of my list. Are there any more?
That's all, Mayor.
All right, discussion, Commissioner Gray, then Commissioner Ortiz.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Look, I support the goals of this ordinance. I just think the implementation and timing is off. Since we had the first reading, I've had many people call me saying, "Jim, I'd like to talk to you about this." Those discussions are very short, because I agree 100% with all of the proponents of this ordinance. Are EV cars coming? Absolutely. Right now, we're at 5%, perhaps, and I hear all the same numbers you do. By 2030, they'll be at least 50%. I hear that. So there's no doubt that it's coming. There's no doubt that it's environmentally friendly. The problem I have with it right now is we're making a very large assumption that the commercial property owners, be they office building owners, multifamily owners, whatever, that they won't adjust and meet the market. And I reject that. Tell me anywhere in the marketplace today where businesses don't meet the demands of their customers. We just went through it. We were all stuck at home. So guess what? The invention of home delivery for groceries and everything else evolved. Why? Because the market realized, or the market demanded it, and the suppliers, commercial owners, delivered. And it's going to be the same thing. This isn't hugely expensive, and it's not hard to put in. The only argument I've heard is twofold. One, EV cars are coming, true, and we should make them do it now. Well, we've got a little ways to go, and technology may change. I don't know, and I don't think anybody else knows what technology will be 5 to 7 years from now. Maybe there's a better mousetrap than plugging into a pedestal and recharging the cars. I don't know. But because there's not a long lead time for this, I don't see why we need to push it today. Do we want to be an environmentally friendly city? Absolutely. Do we need to impose something on the commercial property owners today in anticipation of something that might happen? No. And here's my other reason I think we got to be very careful. This is yet, by any measure, by anybody's standard, this is another cost associated with housing. Material costs have gone up. Our school system is increasing impact fees. We don't control that, but it's happening. And so, guys, we're bumping the cost of housing. So this is a priority, EV, no doubt. But I think right now, today, where we stand, housing is a much bigger concern for me as far as controlling costs. So I think we hold on to this. It's not a bad idea. I support it. But I don't think we need to jump ahead and put it in now. And I'll leave you with this. I think Mr. Perry said it best. I think it's a feel-good story, but I just think it's a little premature. And I would suggest this. 5 years ago, we sat here and we negotiated the the BWAS ordinance. Remember that one? The Building Energy and Water Efficiency Ordinance. Since we enacted that, and that was all about making the commercial property owners being more concerned of how they handle water and electricity. Since we did that, how many times has somebody come here and given us a report on how successful that program is? Zero. I'm not saying it's not, I'm not saying it is, but if it was that important to us 5 years ago, why isn't somebody coming here and telling us, A, it's really good, we don't need to make a single change, or B, it's pretty good, but we need some fine tuning? No, we passed an ordinance and we put it to bed. You look on the city's website, grab your phones, take a look. The last report is 2019 of the results of the companies that are participating, and half of them are not participating. And if you look for a training seminar on how to do the BWES report, the last training session we had was June of 2020. So to me, that indicates it was a great idea, but like a lot of things we do around here, we haven't followed through to implement and fine tune. And this falls in the same category. Great idea, premature, let's hold on to it. And if the commercial property owners don't meet the market, which I'm convinced they will, we still have time to impose the ordinance. It's not going to change. You know, we're not going to go from 5% EV vehicles to 55 in a year. Hell, we won't go that far in 6 months. So let's just settle down. We don't need to impose restrictions on property owners until they prove to us that they can't do it themselves. And I think they will. So I'm in support of the concept. I just don't think we need to have an ordinance today. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ortiz.
Well, Mayor, I don't think I could have said it any better, but I'm just going to add one more thing, is the fact that I met with the Hotel and Lodging Association. They're really, really hurting for employees. And no employees, it's really hard for them to do their business. When it's really hard to do their business, the revenues are not coming in as they expect. So as Commissioner Gray said, Chris Castro knows I'm his biggest fan, but I don't think this is a time. I think we should wait a little bit. That's it.
Commissioner Stewart.
Thank you, Mayor. I know that last time I had a long discussion about incentives. The idea was, how do we figure out if we're going to bring a mandate in of some sort, how do we complement that with incentives? Had a good conversation with Chris. We've got some other things coming, but we did some quick calculations on some of the property that came through and found out basically it was just a wash based upon the current incentives that we currently have. There's a 30% federal incentive. There's a building incentive that we have in Orlando. And it ends up being basically that we end up being about a wash currently if we were aggressive. Those incentives may be available to the owner or to the builder. We don't quite know. If they're available to the builder, if they're the builder owner, then they would, of course, there would be no cost effectively to them. And then in addition to that, Chris has offered to continue to find something that we can do a little bit more formally. By that I mean look at reduction of transportation impact fees, or reduction of other related fees, so there really is no cost involved in moving forward and trying to do this in a way as a pilot program. So my thought, while I understand both sides, Jim and I agree, except I kind of tip on the other side, Jim. And that is that if we have mandates, then we ought to complement them with something else. And I think we can complement them with the work that we're doing with incentives, especially in my personal opinion, is to make it aggressive. We have a couple of months to work that out. Make that aggressive, make it for short term. Because the idea would be that if anybody puts anything in the next 2 to 3 years, there is some question about what it would look like. There is no question that it's going to require getting electricity to the spot, whether you use inductive loop or you use direct plug-in or whatever it may be. You're going to have to get electricity there, and so I believe that we will know much more about the electric industry in the next. After the next 3 years, and we'll kind of know where it's going in terms of where the technology is going. And I think that we can provide, at least inside the city, some leadership in terms of helping offset those costs and making those things cost neutral. The greatest argument I heard, which is kind of interesting argument against the city of Orlando, was that we're concerned about what the city is going to do because we think the county will do the same thing. We're really concerned about the county because we don't build much inside the city. It's okay for the county to follow us. That's okay with me. But I think the main thing is to do the right thing and to provide a revenue neutral position. And I think we're almost there. I think we can get there pretty soon. So because we're almost there, and because I feel like that's the case, I'm going to support this ordinance. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. Then I'll close just real quickly. So four things. Single family is already required to do it, so making it available to multifamily certainly makes sense. It's fairly nominal. Structured parking now, a per parking space is 15 to 20,000, maybe more than that, and we estimated on a 500 car structured parking garage, this is about a $50,000 to $60,000 additional cost. Thirdly, there's an equity issue related that if we ought to make it available to the entire community, so low-income folks aren't left behind. And then lastly, if we have miscalculated by a year or two, most of the new construction I know of is going to be around for, they hope, 50 years or more. So if we miss it by a year or two, I think it'll still be available before the life of the building expires. With that, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? No. So I got it 5-2 with Commissioner Gray and Commissioner Ortiz voting in the negative. Okay, number 3, Madam Clerk.
Ordinance number 2021-48, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending Chapter 60 Orlando City Code to update the regulations regarding protected trees, tree removal, and tree relocation, amending Chapter 65 Orlando City Code to update the submittal requirements for various development applications, providing legislative findings, and for severability, codification, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Hill. Madam Clerk, I don't have any requests, correct?
Correct, no speakers.
Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by Commissioner Stewart, you're still on, is that from last time? All in favor indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Number 4.
Ordinance number 2021-49, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida relating to artificial turf, amending Chapter 60, Part 2, and Chapter 66 of the Land Development Code to provide specific regulations for artificial turf and providing standards for the installation and maintenance of artificial turf, providing legislative findings, and for codification, correction of scrivener's error, severability, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Hill. I have no cards for public testimony. Discussion, hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. And number 5.
Ordinance number 2021-50, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending Chapter 65 to authorize the zoning official to grant a modification of standards to allow first-story porches outside of the traditional city to encroach into the front and street side setbacks, providing for findings, severability, codification, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So move.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Stewart. I have no cards for public testimony. Discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. All right, ordinances on first reading. Number 1.
Ordinance number 2021-21, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located north of Pine Street, east of South Ohio Avenue, south of West Central Boulevard, and west of South Texas Avenue, comprised of 0.44 acres of land, more or less, and amending the city's boundary description, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate the property as residential low intensity on the city's official future land use maps, designating the property as the 1-2 family residential zoning district on the city's official zoning maps, providing for amendment of the city's official future land use and zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, permit disclaimer, and an effective date.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Hill, second by Commissioner Sheehan. I have no request for public testimony, discussion among commissioners. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. Number 2.
Ordinance number 2021-54, an ordinance amending Chapter 2 of the Code of the City of Orlando entitled Administration by amending Section 2.35, Offices and Departments in General by adding the Human Resources Department, and amending 2 office titles, providing for severability and an effective date.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Stewart. I'll take that as a second. Commissioner Sheehan. I have no cards.
Fine.
All discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, motion carries. All right, number 3.
Ordinance number 2021-59, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located east of Peel Avenue, north of East Grant Street, and west of Sioux Haven Drive, and comprised of 1.54 acres of land, more or less amending the city's adopted growth management plan to designate the property as residential medium intensity on the city's official future land use maps, designating the property as 1 to 5 family residential on the city's official zoning maps, providing for the amendment of the city's official future land use and zoning maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, permanent disclaimer, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Stewart. I have no cards for public participation, discussion. Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, so the motion carries. And number 4 is 2021-61, which is the other item related to the Rose Art, which we will hear after the legislative appeal. Okay, so that brings us to the legislative appeal, and I will note that it is 3:05, so we're starting the Rose Art item, so the cutoff to sign up to speak, if you haven't already done that, is 3:35. Madam Clerk, if you'll take note of that. This is an appeal of a legislative recommendation made by the Municipal Planning Board to the Council. At its meeting on July 20th, 2021, the MPB considered the annexation of 5189 Rosamond Drive into the city and a proposed GMP amendment to allow the development of the property. After concluding a public hearing, the MPB recommended approval of the annexation and the GMP amendment. Section 2.179 of the Orlando City Code gives each appellant and city staff 10 minutes to present their case. We will also give the developer time to speak after the city and upon the conclusion of the appellant's presentation. So what we're going to do, we're going to hear from the city's planning manager, then we will hear from the developer, we'll hear from the appellants, and then Becky, would you want to come after the appellants or after everybody has spoken a second time?
After everyone.
After everybody. Okay, then we'll hear from the public. Then we'll hear the developer. We'll have 10 more minutes. We'll close the public hearing and we will take a motion at that point. So Elizabeth Dang, you are first up for the City of Orlando.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Elizabeth Dang. I'm here to present today on the Rose Arts legislative appeal. This item is located at 3901 South Lake Orlando Drive, 4224 Clubhouse Road, and 5189 Rosamond Drive. It's approximately 128 acres. There are 3 requested actions before the council today. The first is annexation of approximately 7.7 acre parcel on Rosamond Drive into the city limits. The second part of the request is to change the future land use designation from public, recreational, and institutional, residential medium intensity, and Orange County's industrial designation to the city's urban village designation. And the second future land use change is to add sub-area policy S.1.4 per the urban village future land use designation. So we do have some history here with this project that I will run through quickly for those who may be new to it. In the last fall, in November, the MPB recommended approval of a previous version of this project that included a development program of 6,000 multifamily dwelling units and 350,000 square feet of non-residential uses. All of those recommendations were appealed, so the plan development zoning ordinance went to a hearing officer and later recommended denial of the appeal and upheld the MPB's recommendation. That item was brought to council along with the legislative appeal hearing on March 22nd, which was subsequently continued to April 12th. And at that meeting, the applicants did withdraw all 4 of their requests in order to submit a new application. So on May 24th of this year, a new application was submitted, and the planning board recommended approval on July 20th. 46 appellants filed a timely appeal for the legislative items, which we're discussing today, and 1 appellant filed a timely appeal for the quasi-judicial item, which is the PD rezoning. So first, I'd like to run through a broad overview description of the project. So this site, as you can see from the aerial photo, is a former golf course. It is surrounded by a mix of single-family development, multifamily development, as well as some industrial uses on the far east side of the property. The development plan includes a proposal for 5,650 multifamily units in 3 phases and located on 10 different development parcel sites, which are labeled A through I in this plan here. Some of those buildings will include ground floor retail, commercial and office spaces, so that's the provision for 350,000 square feet of non-residential uses. This illustrative master plan shows an example of how the site can be designed to accommodate the proposed development. And you see a variety, the yellow areas there are the ground floor retail components. Some of the buildings will include that, and some buildings will be entirely residential. They will all have parking garages. There's no surface parking proposed for any of these buildings. And you can see there's also a large amount of open space and conservation areas interspersed throughout the site. So the vision for this project, and the developer will get into this in a bit more detail, is really to create an urban center with multifamily uses and a variety of destinations to walk to provide local transit access, visual access to the lake, and parks and open space. So this open space plan shows the areas in gray to be developed with buildings and streets. And the remainder, the various colors that you see there, the green is for parks, the blue is for floodplain and compensating storage areas. The dark purple are some Wekiva preserved areas, and then the striped areas include stormwater as well. So this will provide a lot of open space and visual relief from the different larger buildings proposed. The transportation network includes a new spine road that will connect Rosamond Drive all the way to Lake Orlando Parkway on the southwest portion of the site. It's hard to see in this picture, but the orange dotted lines are trails that are proposed primarily along Lake Orlando on the southern edge here. And in addition, the associated PD zoning will include requirements for ongoing transportation studies to continue evaluating the network they've proposed here. So I'd like to point out some key changes between the current submission and what we saw last fall. So first of all, there is a reduction of 350 units. That is one building that's being eliminated, which allows for additional open space. Approximately 50,000 square feet are being reallocated from phase 2 to phase 1, which is called in the comp plan the base development program. Again, that increase of 2.6 acres of open space from eliminating one building. as well as increasing setbacks from single-family residential to 150 feet, as well as increasing the area where a maximum building height of 55 feet applies for all portions of buildings within 150 to 200 feet of single-family. And the maximum height has always been proposed as 100 feet, but that's been clarified to state that that also is an 8-story building. So it couldn't be 9 stories even if they kept it under 100 feet. There is also a proposal in the PD to include affordable housing units. So I want to mention that the quasi-judicial appeal has not been completed yet. We're still working on scheduling a hearing date, and that is the topic for the plan development zoning ordinance, and that will be a separate hearing in front of a hearing officer later this year. That will also be brought to council once we get the results of that hearing. So the PD zoning items really address the review process, the building design and architectural standards, buffer yards, setbacks, the specifics of the transportation studies and mitigation requirements, as well as the park and trail design and locations. So today, the legislative appeal covers the broader topics and the vision for the property. So the first portion that is being evaluated is what should the future land use category be? And you can see at the moment, most of the property is shown as public, recreational, and institutional, and that would be changed to urban village. So existing policy 2.4.4 establishes the standards for creating a new urban village, including a mixture of land uses, a commitment to preserve conservation areas, creative site design, and area-wide benefits to the community. The Rose Arts proposal meets those standards by providing substantial open space, minimizing surface parking, and providing neighborhood-scale retail services and transit. So the entire property is proposed to be surrounded by a sub-area policy, and that policy is very specific comp plan requirements that apply just to this property and not anywhere else in the city. So the full text is here, and I'll just go through some highlights for you. That it requires PD zoning to meet the guiding principles that are here in the comp plan. So that is reinvigorating the community with economic vibrancy, protecting open space and the access to Lake Orlando, providing good infill urban form to create a gradient of density, and promoting walkability in the transportation network. Then number 5 talks about having centers, a main commercial hub, as well as a more neighborhood-oriented center. So the sub-area policy also defines the maximum development program. And here is where we come to the performance-based standards of the comp plan. So the base development program here is 1,600 dwelling units, along with 150,000 square feet of non-residential units. So the project would have access to an additional 2,500 dwelling units and 100,000 square feet of commercial uses if there is an agreement between the developer and the city to provide a neighborhood transit circulator. And that circulator needs to include a planned route, vehicle type, funding sources, and operating partners. That agreement needs to be approved within 5 years, or else this bonus number of units would expire. The second bonus is an additional 1,550 units and 100,000 square feet of non-residential uses. In order to access those units and development program, the transit operation must be up and running and placed into operation. And that must occur within 9 years of adoption of this sub-area policy. In addition, the sub-area policy includes a number of guiding principles, including allowing for a matrix to convert uses up to 10%. Some requirements related to school review, phasing requirements, a minimum 10% of civic space, a minimum 20% open space. And that completes the text of the sub-area policy. So this is a legislative appeal and are to be conducted according to Chapter 2 of the City Code. So the staff findings here is that the proposed annexation meets the criteria in Florida statutes. The future land use map amendment is consistent with the state comp plan, the East Central Florida Comprehensive Regional Policy Plan, and Florida statutes. The amendment is consistent with the city's comp plan, as well as demonstrating the extent of changed conditions in the area since the adoption of the comp plan. And in this case, that's the closure of the golf course. And the proposed amendment will not result in incompatible uses due to the standards we've proposed for transitions of uses and buffers and open space in both the sub-area policy and the PD. So the request is consistent with the purpose and intent of the Land Development Code and the surrounding development pattern. The proposal will not result in demands on public facilities that exceed the capacity of those facilities. So today, if approved and the appeal is approved, the GMP amendment would not become effective. If it is denied, the council would then vote on the associated ordinance that's a separate item on this agenda. And the staff recommendation is to deny the appeal. And once again, we do have a separate ordinance on the agenda, and that will be reviewed if approved by the state. They have a 30-day review period, and then it would be brought back to council for an adoption hearing. And I'm available for any questions.
Are there questions of Elizabeth at this point? Okay, then we will hear from the developer's representative.
Right, sorry, I got one question.
Commissioner Stewart, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth, I was looking on your, which one it is, Parks Open Space category, and you listed stormwater floodplain compensation of 6.78 acres.
Okay.
Is that correct? Do you know what the current stormwater compensation acreage is?
For the golf course use, no, I don't have that information.
Is that it?
That's it.
Okay. Becky?
Elizabeth, help me pull this. Where is?
So just click exit.
Sorry, Mayor. May I take this off when I?
Yeah, while you're presenting, you certainly can.
Mayor, Commissioners, my name is Becky Wilson. I'm here on behalf of the owner and applicant related to the Rose Arts District. With us today, we have Jacob Hale with Westside Capital. We also have many people from our development team that can answer questions like Commissioner Stewart had. So we have Kathy Leo with the GAI. We also have Andrew McCown with GAI. Charlene Brock is who assisted with architecture, and Kittleson helped us with traffic. And we also had Consensus Communications help us with neighborhood outreach. This is one of the vision pictures that Elizabeth shared with you all. And I brought it up first just to start to put into context how large this piece of property is that we're talking about. It's 128 acres. So what you see closest in the foreground here is what would be a stormwater pond, and we have large stormwater ponds in order to provide for compensating storage, and we really amenitized these. So the homes would be sort of on the outside of that picture, and from one of the homes to this first building, which is on the lake, is over 1,000 feet. And I'll walk through the site plan and show you how we are truly setting back these buildings from most of the homes. Elizabeth went over how we got here. I just want to point out that we have gone to the Municipal Planning Board twice now. Both times received a unanimous vote by the MPB. We also took the plan development to one of the city's hearing officers, and they upheld that first MPB decision. So to walk through what we did to revise the plans, we originally proposed 6,000 market rate units. We are now proposing 5,085 market rate units with 565 affordable units. We also removed Building J. That building was on the south side of Lake Orlando, furthest to the west. And what you can see on the site plan now is that it really creates a lot of open space where the homes are on the west side of the property. That allowed us to increase our open space. There was never any impact to the canal, but now there is not a building even near it, so there are no impacts to that canal. And importantly, we're able to finish the loop, the trail around Lake Orlando for people who want to exercise or bike, and that, of course, is open to the public. We also increased the setbacks. So as Elizabeth noted, the closest we can be to a single-family home, if our building is 8 stories, is 200 feet. We have to be set back 150 feet for any building that is 55 feet, so that would be 5 stories. And then where we are adjacent to attached housing that is existing, those setbacks then are 70 feet for 5 stories and 140 feet for the 8 stories. These are just some schematics that show those setbacks. So Building B is in Phase 1, and Building A is what's closest to the industrial, so that's far away from the neighbors. And so we took a lot of care in designing the setback for this building. It is, as you can see, 150 feet away from the single-family homes. And then also note that we've identified areas to save existing trees along with plantings. This is Building C, which is also in Phase 1. And again, it is 150 feet to the building that is then 55 feet in height, and then 200 feet back for the 8 stories. The purple lines you see, those indicate where our previous approval would have allowed the building, and it shows you how we shifted those back. The tightest building we have is Building G, and it's 70 feet from the 18th Green townhomes. And I just wanted to show you how thoughtful our architects were in designing this. You can see just to the right of the Building G, there is an open space courtyard. And they lined that up so that the building here in the 18th whole townhomes, those would be looking through that courtyard. Here, this shows it a little bit better. So when you look at the overall site plan with the removal of Building J, we have 5,900 linear feet of preserved lakefront for public enjoyment. We also preserve those cypress trees that are along the Lake Orlando. You can also see where I was talking about the distance of over 1,000 feet. This is a proposed stormwater pond, and these buildings here are set back significantly from these homes that are right here. And again, this does a great job of showing how we've removed any impact from these homes throughout here. The homes that are around here are all on this public open space, and then these are going to have water views Again, this neighborhood is looking onto this nice open space, and as you make your way on the northeast side, again, you have the existing industrial and commercial. To address parks and trails, as Elizabeth said, we increased 2.6 more acres of green space so that 52% of the property is left as open space. It will either be compensating storage, stormwater, open space that meets our WCAIVA requirements. We also, exceed the city's goal of being able to walk to a park from everyone's home within 10 minutes. And then we're adding 12,500 feet of linear trails, and that's because we have trails both along the lake and throughout the new roadway network. One of the questions that came up at one of the first municipal planning board meetings, and maybe even at the commission, was, are you preserving any of the existing trees? And so we had our engineers go back and take a look at that. And we are, like I said, going to keep all of the old growth cypress around the lake, along with saving trees that are behind these existing homes. And this just shows some of those, the little red marks are the trees that we're able to save, which again will help to create an appropriate buffer from the single-family homes to these buildings. And we have a very complete multimodal plan. As you can see, the items that are in the light blue, those are items that must occur prior to phase one, or any building in phase one getting a CO. And that does include improvements on the North OBT and Rosamond Drive. We're then also required to build a street network through the abandoned golf course that will allow parallel travel, so that our residents don't have to travel on the roads where the single family homes are located. And then also, as Elizabeth mentioned, after phase one, we are required to enter into a transit agreement with the city, which would be something similar either to what you see in Lake Nona, like the Beep, or what you see downtown with some of our downtown limo circulators. One of the important items, as you can imagine, is our coordination with the FDOT for the traffic signal. And then also, this is the beginning of the process. When this is transmitted to the Department of Economic Opportunity, they send our plans to the DEO. We get comments on those, to the FDOT. We've also begun to reach out to the FDOT about these improvements. But then we come back each time we develop a phase, and we have to produce another traffic study for each SP-MP to make sure that what we assumed to begin with has come to fruition and can deal with any deficiencies that may be created at that time. This is an example of the two types of streets we have.
I could go ahead and use,
I'm going to, give me.
that's okay, use a little more time. The number of appellants that we have, if they all use their 10
If I could
minutes,
have 4 minutes.
It'll be 4 hours, so.
If I could
think
have
it's fair
4
to give
minutes,
you a few
Mayor.
more minutes.
Thank you. These are the required complete streets, so we do have cycle paths on the streets along with on-street parking and trees. With regard to stormwater, the pre-development and post-development off-site flows cannot change. So whatever right now flows off cannot change. And the way that engineers describe it to the lawyers is that it's a cup for a cup replacement. So that's why you'll see, Commissioner Stewart, that we will be working with FEMA, the Water Management District, and the city's regulations in order to increase the capacity of stormwater ponds, which will both do a better job of treating the stormwater that's coming off this abandoned golf course right now, but it will also create stormwater amenities that the neighborhood can enjoy. And we've spent hundreds of engineering hours on this to make sure that we're confident with the ability to move forward. With regard to affordable housing, like I mentioned at the beginning, it's 565 total units delivered in each phase. Your staff wanted to make sure that we didn't rear load those affordable housing units, so it's 10% per phase at a 60% AMI. And then we're also committed to MBE participation at the city's adopted goal of 18%. We have also worked to include crime prevention through environmental design. We heard the neighbors that crime prevention in this neighborhood is something that they're concerned about, and we would continue to work with the city and the neighbors on the SEPTED principles. I believe you all are aware that this is an opportunity zone. I can answer any questions you all may have on that. And then I don't know if all of our residents that were supportive are going to be able to be here today, since this meeting may go for quite some time. But we have worked for almost 18 months, if not 2 years, listening to residents. And there are a lot who really want this type of catalytic project that allows for a walkability, the ability to have open space that they can enjoy, because right now, even though it's a golf course and even though it may say recreation on your comprehensive plan, it is private property that you know, the neighbors cannot go on there and enjoy. And it's also, many people in the neighborhood want transit within this area. And so we just wanted to share some of those comments with you. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions that you all may have. We also request that you uphold the Municipal Planning Board's unanimous recommendation, the recommendation of your staff, to deny the legislative appeal and transmit the future land use map and GMP sub-area policy to implement and enforce these. And again, our next steps would be to come back after the DEO has reviewed this and appear before you again. And then we also have the quasi-judicial appeal before the special magistrate to finish. So appreciate it.
Okay, are there questions at this point for Ms. Wilson? Okay, we'll see you back in a couple hours probably. Okay, we are going to go to the appellants, and what each appellant has 10 minutes. You can't give up your time to anybody else, and what I'm going to do is take the appellants that are here in person first, and we're taking them other than the first three that I'm going to call in the order that we received the request to speak form, and I have three at the beginning that asked for reasons that they needed to get to work or had other healthy reasons. So the first three we're going to do are John Casey, Chris Rakestraw, and Mary Bailey.
Mayor, John Casey has emailed the clerk's office as of 2 p.m. indicating he's unable to attend. He did submit written comments for the record, so those will be distributed and then added to the record.
Okay. Mr. Rakestraw?
Thank you for your time. My name is Chris Rakestraw. I live at 4948 Fiji Circle. I have lived in Rosemont neighborhood for 35 years, and I call it home. My mother lives 2 blocks from me in Rosemont also. My remarks this afternoon concern density. Density. What is the proper density that should be allowed in Orlando's neighborhoods? Where should we look to obtain professional opinions on this important concept? Our first spot was the city staff report issued on July 20th, 2021 that pretended to be a thorough evaluation of the Rosemart's project. Surely there was an extended analysis and review of this important concept in that extensive report, but no, there was not. A word search on this voluminous document shows the word density appears only once, just once. And that single mention of density simply discloses the density of Rose Arch, which is 46.2 units an acre. How can such a word that is figured so often in deliberations of the city council not be a part of the staff report? Why didn't they provide any analysis of density, any comparisons, or any conclusions in the tens of thousands of hours they claimed that it took to review this project? The answer is obvious. Any analysis of density would expose the absurdity and incongruity of this project. So city staff has left it totally to the city council to decide if 46.2 dwelling units per acre is appropriate for Rosemont. Fortunately, Commissioner Stewart did that job that city staff should have done and compared this proposed density to not only Baldwin Park and Lake Nona, but also to some of the densest downtown areas of the country. This is what he found and disclosed in the March 22 comments. Rose Arts would be over 8 times the density of Baldwin Park. Rose Arts would be over twice the density of Lake Nona. The only places in this country that he found that would have equivalent density would be a proportion of downtown Atlanta, blocks from 2 of the busiest interstate highways in the country, and a portion of downtown Dallas. Mayor and commissioners, please, I would ask you to think about these comparisons. You are being asked to prove a density significantly higher than any other place in Orlando, and a ranking with the downtowns of some of the country's largest cities. And you are being asked to prove this overwhelmingly density not in the area adjacent to any major roads, but rather on a landlocked golf course. A golf course with no district access to any major roads and only very, very limited ways to enter or leave. So, it is no mystery why neither the staff report nor the developer's materials mention the density of Rose Arts is because this is overwhelmingly density is ridiculous on its face and totally inappropriate for Rosemont, where I live. I conclude with Commissioner Stewart's comments when he said of any approval of Rose Arts. That, I believe, would be the greatest single land use in any change in our city's history. And I don't believe that, and I mean that in a good way. Thank you for your time. I think I was a little bit nervous today.
Thank you. Did just fine. Okay, Mary Bailey.
Mayor, council members, thank you. My name is Mary Merrill Bailey. My address is 3818 North Lake Orlando Parkway in Orlando. I've lived in Rosemont for 21 years. Rosemont's my home. My remarks today concern a dangerous precedent. You're being asked to approve a growth management amendment that will, in effect, drop a massive downtown city center in the middle of my long-established single-family neighborhood, Rosemont. Your decision will set a precedent for what will come, or what not will come, in Orlando for years to come. You're being asked to allow the repurposing of 128 acres, sounds like such a lot of room, right? Of an abandoned golf course so that a developer can build 100-foot tall apartment towers and 350,000 square feet of new commercial structure in the middle of and adjacent to a 45-year-old single-family neighborhood. If you allow this repurposing, you'll nearly double Rosemont's population, and you'll create a density substantially denser than any other non-city center in Orlando. I'm a walker, right? My Great Dane dog and I, we walk about 3 miles a day. In the 21 years I've lived in Rosemont, doing the math, that means I've walked about 23,000 miles around my neighborhood. I know this neighborhood. In case you haven't been there lately, I wish you'd come walk with us, although 13-month-old, 170-pound Great Dane puppy is not fun right now. I can show you where the Woodstarks hang out. I can show you where the bald eagles, the actual tree where the bald eagles hang out in the morning and hunt. I can show you where the roseate spoonbills and the otters hang out together. I can show you where the coyotes hide out, but nobody really wants to talk about coyotes. Rosemont's reality, it's nothing like its reputation. It's a beautiful natural environment, and it was never meant to be an urban center. The developer, supported by the staff, has urged you to approve this repurposing by favorably comparing this development as the same as Baldwin Park or as Lake Nona. But your constituent, Robert Stewart, Commissioner, explained to you at your meeting on March 22nd, 2021, that Baldwin Park and Lake Nona are apples and oranges compared to what's being proposed at Rosemont. Commissioner Stewart did the math for me. I'm a math girl, but he already did it for me. As you heard, the density at Baldwin Park is roughly 5.6 units per acre. Density at Lake Nona, 20 units per acre. The proposed density of Rose Arts will be over 45 units per acre. 45 units per acre. This is 8 times higher than Baldwin Park, twice Lake Nona. It's 45 units per acre plopped in the middle of a 45-year established neighborhood. This is not fake news. This is not resident drama. These numbers come to you from your peer, Commissioner Stewart. You find yourselves on dangerous ground, right? You're being asked to approve Rosemont or Rose Arts. Don't. Should you approve it? My concern is that you're opening up these incompatible types of development to other long-established single-family residential neighborhoods in Orlando. Any developer could assemble a parcel in another neighborhood, perhaps in your district, and propose building 100-foot apartment buildings and say, hey, you approved it for them, approve it for me. I quote Commissioner Stewart again. If passed, this becomes the precedent. If this change goes through, we have now set the precedent for the future. What happens if another privately owned golf course struggles and looks to sell, like perhaps Ventura Country Club? I conclude with another quote from Commissioner Stewart. This project not only is incompatible with the surrounding land uses, it also sets a dangerous precedent for our communities in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Edith Shriver, Cynthia Windsor Enix, and Mary Queen are the next 3. Okay, we won't start your time till you get up there.
I don't talk very loud, so I provided you with copies.
Why don't you pull the mic down closer to you, and that'll help.
Thank you. My name is Edith Shiver. I live at 4548 South Lake Orlando Parkway, and this is my home, and I've lived here for 6 years. But I've been hanging out in Rosemont since '78. My comments today are in regards to community outreach and traffic. At no time has the developer blanketed the entire neighborhood with invitations to their meetings. They did selective mailings, and even after they collected some email addresses, they selectively used them. A lot of people found out about their meetings from friends or through organizations in which they are members. But not many of the residents living in the apartments in Rosemont were notified of any meeting at all. At several of the early meetings, the developer's representatives were told by residents, no more apartments. The developer and his representatives all knew from the get-go that they were putting in apartments, but never said so. At the first neighborhood meeting in the community center, one man stood up and told Dana Lokar that if they were putting in apartments, then they would have a fight on their hands. And so here we are. I have attended a good majority of the developers' meetings, and until very recently, they never said the word apartment. They also never said at the early meetings that they were building 6,000 apartments. They want to tell the city that what they are doing to make our neighborhood better, but that is just so no one thinks about what it will end up doing to our neighborhood. A lot of the people that attended the early meetings thought they were building condos and homes. They thought that was a good thing. So did I, actually. But it wasn't true. It was just what they were led to believe by omission of the fact that everything on the property would be rentals. That leads me to believe that at the end of the 10-year build, if not before, the entire property will be sold as income property, and we, the city and the neighborhood, would have some new owner who's going to have their own ideas of about building more rentals. Even when the developer says green space will remain green in perpetuity, that doesn't make it so. The original developers and the city created our restrictive covenant for green space, and wrote it on the plat of the golf course. The residents of Rosemont thought that the city would honor what was written on the plat for 99 years, and the covenant on the land would last, but here we are. The last meeting at the community center deteriorated into loud voices and yelling. When people think they're not being heard, they get loud and then louder. Many people left early. My experience has been that when a direct question was asked at these meetings, a direct answer was never forthcoming. We just received double talk and answers to a question that wasn't even asked. I want to talk about traffic for a few moments. Everyone except the residents of Rosemont seems to be concerned about the light at Rosamond, but no one seems to think that this new development will affect any other road. Our streets are not laid out in a grid pattern. Access roads in addition to Rosamond Drive are Parkway, Center Court, Lake Breeze Drive, Long Road, Cinder Lane Parkway, North Lane, and maybe even Clarion Drive. Over 5,600 apartments can be responsible for up to 20,000 vehicles or more on our neighborhood roads. That doesn't include service and delivery vehicles. I walk my dog every morning. I ride my bike in the bike lanes almost every day, so I've seen a lot of stuff. Some areas of the bike lanes are currently unsafe due to delamination. That's my personal problem, sorry. I personally have been almost hit 4 times in crosswalks while on foot by speeding cars running stop signs and not using turn indicators. I watched in horror as a jogger was almost struck by a speeding pickup truck who came to a very sudden stop in the crosswalk, inches from the jogger. Last week I was sitting at the stop sign on Signal Hill, waiting to turn left onto North Lane. Traffic was really busy. A car pulled up on my left and made a right-hand turn in front of me. He was too impatient to wait. Before the end of the 2021 school year, I watched a speeding vehicle pass a school bus, double yellow line, and almost hit another school bus head-on in the other lane. Scared me to death. On my way home one afternoon, there was an upside-down vehicle on South Lake Orlando Parkway. He had hit the curb going so fast that he flipped his car and took out a concrete light pole. That's just a few incidents. The list goes on and on. Traffic backs up on Clarcona-Ocoee Road and on 441. Cars cut through our neighborhood to avoid the light at 441 and Clarcona-Ocoee Road. To avoid that light, they use North Lane. If they get stuck in that traffic, then they bail off of Clarcona-Ocoee at Long Road. In order to beat the traffic, they speed through the neighborhood like it was a Daytona 500. In the evening, it happens in reverse with cars using Rosamond, Parkway Center Court, Lake Breeze Drive, and Cinder Lane as they're cut through the neighborhood. Now they're in a hurry to get home, or maybe pick their kids up, so more speeding. Anything to avoid the horrible traffic at 441 and Clarcona-Ocoee Road. Please bear in mind that I was told that speed bumps would never be put in because it slows down emergency vehicles. I understand that. I think there's a solution, but that's not what we're here for today. Now add to all that thousands more vehicles, not hundreds, thousands. Each apartment can have as many cars as there are rooms in the apartment. So if you have a 3-bedroom apartment, you could have 2 adults in each bedroom. Anyway, that would make our streets even more unsafe for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists. I've only mentioned a few of the many concerns regarding the Rose Arts project. There is extreme opposition to this project, and the residents of Rosemont who cannot represent themselves by being here today are counting on us to communicate their feelings. And so, here we are, asking you, Mayor Dyer and Commissioners, to please grant this appeal and stop this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Cynthia Windsor Annex. Mary Queen is on deck.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for affording us all the opportunity to speak with you. This is extremely important to us, as this is where we live. This is our home. We've lived here a long time. My name is Cynthia Windsor Enex. I live at 3732 Rose of Sharon Drive. in the Rosemont neighborhood. I've been there off and on for 30 years. My parents were some of the original purchasers of land and homes. I call Rosemont my home. I intend to stay there, I hope. I'm president of the Rosemont Women's Club, which very few people know about. We were started in 1980. We have 60-plus women, and every single woman as a member is opposed to Rose Arts. And we have a lot of very diverse, very ethnically oriented women, all kinds of careers, and every single woman and their family is against the community, Rose Arts. My remarks this afternoon do include community opposition. The proponents of Rose Arts argue that this development will increase the tax base of Orlando, and of course it certainly will. However, if tax base were the only criterion for development, then we wouldn't even need to have any of this going on. It would just be build at any cost. It's called the Growth Management Plan. Section 1.7.2 of the Growth Management Plan specifically states that, and I quote, "Growth Management Plan amendments shall be reviewed for compatibility. Neighborhoods shall be protected from incompatible uses which negatively impact the functionality of the established neighborhood." We are an extremely established neighborhood. The GMP principle was designed to protect the city's residents and their lifestyles. So, who gets to decide if Rose Arts is negatively affected, the functionality of Rosemont? Of course, the neighborhoods and the residents do. We've lived there for decades, and we really need to voice this matter. Orlando residents have chosen to live in downtown. They understood the area when they bought there. Residents of Lake Nona and Baldwin Park understood the nature of where they were building, or where they were purchasing, excuse me, a little nervous, when they bought their homes. None of these citizens were surprised at the character of their neighborhood, because that's how it was and was going to become. Rosemont is completely different. My husband and I, our families, our neighbors, all bought our homes and created our lives primarily in single-family residences. Of course, on the golf course, which did close. However, we're still single-family residences. We assumed that the neighborhood complexion would stay moderately the same. We could never have imagined that Orlando would suddenly decide to completely change Rosemont to this proposed density that's higher than any other area outside of downtown. I submit that the current residents of Rosemont should have a say in what is going to severely impact our neighborhood. Please make no mistake, the vast majority of families that live in Rosemont are strongly opposed to this development. How do I know this? At the April 12th Orlando City Council meeting, every citizen who spoke was opposed to the project. And for those who attended the single meeting conducted by the developer 5 weeks ago, we observed that 95% of those who attended were also opposed to this plan. Then let's discuss the petitions. Both parties have submitted petitions designated to convince this board that their positions are backed by the Rosemont community. We have submitted petitions with the names of 747 Rosemont residents who are opposed. The developer has submitted a list of 97 names who are in favor. That would indicate in the face that over 90% of the community of current residents are opposed. But wait, there are substantial differences in the petitions. All of our list of opponents have original signatures, and they have their names listed, then their addresses, excuse me. But consider the Rose Arts petition. For example, names are on that petition that people were against, those being Jean Vasha and April Whitehead. Have no idea how they were listed on the Rose Arts petition. The list that the developer submitted has many names showing addresses outside of Rosemont. And many names don't have any addresses at all. All the signatures on our petition inserted their addresses, and all actively live in Rosemont. So, with all of those resources, you think the developer was completely unable to demonstrate any significant neighborhood support? Or perhaps some of those signatures or names were faked, I don't know. You will undoubtedly hear from some residents who are in favor of this development. No neighborhood is going to be completely 100% unified. But if you take away if you take away anything from my presentation today, please understand that the overwhelming majority of Rosemont residents strongly oppose this monstrous, incompatible, high-density development. We are in favor and would support, and please listen to this, it's very important. We do support progress. We do support development. This is just a completely incompatible plan. We ask that you understand Rosemont deserves better. We deserve consideration. Orlando's growth management plan demands better for us. The Rosemont community does not want Rose Arts as proposed in its current form. Please send them back to the drawing board and give us something we can live with. We're not saying no development. We're not saying no to Miami developer. We're saying that 100-foot buildings are ridiculous in the small 128X golf course right in our backyards. I thank you very, very much for your time, and I apologize that I can't speak. No water, no mints. Should have known better. Thank you very much, and please listen to everyone in their speeches, not just the developer and to his council, because remember, most things above board, this is all secular, but please consider us in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mary Queen and then Vicky Vargo.
Take my mask off. Hello, everyone. My name is Mary Queen. I live at 3739 Rose of Sharon Drive. I lived in the Rosemont neighborhood for 2.5 years, and I call it home. I also have worked for the city of Orlando, and I also was in the U.S. Army, okay? My remarks concerning recreation, where I worked in recreation and parks, for development is parade as a RISD grand plan for Rosemont. Rosemont does not care about the people moving in its community or people in abutted property. Do we care more about people or buildings? The recreation and open space goal, objectives, and policies in growth management plan articulate our vision, and I quote policy 111. The city of Orlando should ensure that an accurate amount of parkland and open space land is available to the citizens of Orlando. Shall is a mandatory language. Parkland and open space is not something to negotiate or give up. Because the development wants to overbuild a challenging near in-face partial serpentine shape of 128 acres, where 75% of it is located in a major AE flood plan in the Wakaiva River base. There is zero park land on the south side of Lake Orlando where the property is located, none. It is a parkland desert, so what is the solution for the RISD Grand Plan Rose Art Urban Village? According to the staff report on page 45, reduce the mandatory required parkland and open space for the 15,000 people moving there, and no consideration at all of the needs of the surrounding population. I thought Rose Art was about more and better, not less and meager. On page 45, the staff report claimed that there is surplus of community park sector parks in our area. Really? Then why are you making Freedom Ride, which provide therapeutic exercise with horses, move to make room for more soccer fields for able-bodied children? It sounds like a park shortage to me. Freedom Ride is going to be our neighbors on the property abutting our homes along South Lake Orlando Parkway. We will welcome them. On the same page, the staff report provided the following excuse to reduce the mandatory amount of parkland and violate our growth management policy, and I quote, "Due to the linear configuration of the project parcel, it will be difficult for the developer to provide community park acreage in a configuration desired for this purpose. Sorry, children, no softball fields for you, no soccer multi-purpose field, no basketball courts, forget it. Volleyball courts, nah. Shuffleboards, no. Old people just stand in their high-rise, to stay in their high-rise apartments and don't come outside. Community, no. Community pool, no. Bubbly water features for within the sidewalk for small children, nah, that don't count. And don't let Rosart tell you there will not be many children living in Rosart apartments. They are building 3-bedroom apartments and multi-generations are living under one roof. So they are providing 2.5 miles of a bike trail, big deal. We already have over 10 miles of bike lanes around our streets or roads. There are 5 miles of golf cart path on this property. Why can't they turn all the golf cart path into a bike trail? The existing property owners would have access to something close by. There was open disagreement between the developers and park staff on an active parkland uses at a municipal planning board meeting. When the question of active recreation came up, the developer attorney said no, just passive use and a couple of tot lots. When the question was asked if the developed plan met our city expectation, the staff answer was no. This is a stalemate. And guess who's winning and who's losing? The developers is winning and our children and families are losing. Does this sound like it meet our mandatory goals and policy in our growth management plan? We thought surely the new application would include more language and locations by phase of active park use, and the staff report would more assertively state that our city position on requiring active recreation use. No, they did not. Then there is the issue of no public dedication park land on the south shore of Lake Orlando. Having a city-owned park along the south shore of Lake Orlando with parking would be the only bright spot in the entire development for our economically disadvantaged families who like to go fishing as an inexpensive pastime. But no, all parkland is private. There is public parkland in the other urban village, Baldwin Park and Lake Nona, and especially around the lakes throughout the city for that matter. The park impact fees will bill it. Why is the development of this proposed urban village in Rosemont allowed to shortchange parkland compared to other communities? The serpentine shape of the land, where are our priorities? As this is written agreement require everyone access to their parkland, there is no legal mechanism for the city to enforce an agreement requiring Rosart to keep all private parks basically public. What are you going to do? Issue code enforcement? The writing is on the wall. As soon as our economically disadvantaged families in this opportunity zone park their calls to fish along the shoreline, up would go the no fishing signs, I guarantee it. Those families do not fit into the grand plan of the ritzy Rose Art Project. There is nothing in this project for them, not even fishing. My point is this, when we talk about Rose Art, nothing adds up to an area-wide benefit. I would rather have parks than a coffee shop. Commissioner Stewart is right, this project has too many buildings. They are too tall and close to homes. We would rather have small footprint buildings, perhaps like the 4-story multifamily unit in the Packing District, built of wood rather than high-rise built with steel. The developers of the Packing District is building low-rise multifamily with the parking garage inside. They are not garden-style apartments. But remember, the Packing District is not an urban village. Rose Art is asking for a future land use designation of urban village. Big difference. Nothing adds up with Rose Art except for greed at the expense of our well-being of our community. Mayor, Buddy Dyer, and commissioners, please grant this appeal and deny this project. It just does not fit. It does not work for us. Thank you very much. I say this because if you're sitting in your home right now and you got a 9-story building, a 4-foot story behind you right now, who could be looking in your home? Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Thank you, Vicky Vargo, and then Richard Scheibel.
Good afternoon. My name is Vicky Vargo. I live at 3800 Winged Foot Court, Orlando, and I've lived in the Rosemont neighborhood for 27 years. I call it home. Thank you for listening today to our concerns about this large-scale growth management amendment that does not fit our goals as a city. My remarks concern gradient transition, I'll say falsehoods to be nice. Parking garages and buildings over 5 floors kill livability. Rose Arts is not an urban village under the description of the growth management plan, and with the density and intensity of its buildings, it will kill any sense of livability in our Rosemont neighborhood. A cluster of solely 9 100-foot towers is not an urban village. Rosemont was created as the very first urban village in our city in the 1970s. The Rose Arts Towers, with its huge parking garages and dumpsters facing single-family homes within 70 feet, is not compatible. The City of Orlando has never allowed such intrusive development in any neighborhood, not even in our downtown neighborhoods near our most dense corridors. Rose Arts is a downtown activity center, not an urban village. They falsified to the Municipal Planning Board about adjusting their development to have transitional bulking. If you go to the back of the handout, there's some images. So in page 34, in phase 2, an illustration shows a cross-section with people standing by their homes, looking up at building G with 100-foot heights within 70 feet of single-family homes. There's no gradient transition for building G or F, facing the single-family homes of the people living at the 18th green. It shows homeowners staring at a 100-foot parking garage immediately across the street from their retention ponds. Don't parking garages in our city usually face Interstate 4, or in the case of the yard at Ivanhoe, railroad tracks? There is no gradient density. They misrepresented to the Municipal Planning Board that they applied gradient density transitions throughout their project. They did not. Now let's consider livability. Smart Cities Dive has published a convincing article about how buildings over 5 floors kills livability. According to renowned architect John Gale, 5 floors is the maximum height to create a livable environment. He warns, and I quote, "I would say that anybody living over the 5th floor ought generally to be referring to the airspace authorities. You're not a part of Earth anymore, because you can't see what's on the ground, and the people on the ground can't see where you are." Airspace authorities, sound familiar? Sounds like downtown. So it makes sense that Urban Village, Baldwin Park, and the Packing District are only 4 stories. Those developments are trying to model livable communities. Rose Arts Towers will kill Rosemont as a livable community. Why? Their towers separate people from the street. According to Gale, and I quote, anyone above the fifth floor is definitely out of touch with ground level events. The 4-story buildings in Baldwin Park allow all residents to feel connected to what's happening on the ground and to each other. Does 9 100-foot towers sound like community building to you? The scale of their towers are not human scale. These towers, over 5 stories, and I quote, are so tall that they make no visual sense to a pedestrian at eye level. You cannot see the faces of the people or even flower pots in their windows. So I ask you, how can anyone consider the Rose Arts Towers an asset to a suburban neighborhood that has thrived for decades, building relationships with our neighbors when you can't even see the people living in the Rose Arts buildings? Their towers radically reduce chance encounters. I quote, chance encounters are critical to the liveliness of a city and to creating social capital. Because people are separated from the street, cooped up in tall buildings, there is less proximity, physical proximity, and it reduces the ability to form kinship between people. Isn't that what we want in our neighborhoods, to form kinships? Their towers, Rosemont already has 3,500 multifamily units where cooped up people live. Rose Arts will only produce a churning population. With Rose Arts, Rosemont would have 10,000 multifamily units. 10,000. That's staggering. That is approximately 22,000 cooped up people not interested in engaging in community. Their towers are vertical sprawl, as Commissioner Stewart duly noted on March 22nd, and I quote, not unlike suburban sprawl that promotes isolation and is often devoid of people in the street. These tall buildings offer up the same problems, but from a vertical perspective. We don't want more population that isolates. We want neighbors to talk to. Their towers create inequality and less affordability. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about affordability, and rightfully so. The same article says, and I quote, tall buildings offer increased profits for developers. The higher the building, the more expensive is the construction, creating luxury units often for global investors. Making cities livable, says, small footprints and shops and apartments yield smaller profits, but profits are spread out among many individuals and businesses in the community. Rose Arts is just a money grab for federal tax credits. That's why they're promoting 9 towers made of steel. It costs more to build, so they can accrue more tax credits. The Packing District is building 4-story apartments, not garden-style apartments, with interior parking garages made of stick. Rose Arts is not a neighborhood village with an area-wide benefit for locals. It is being built for global investors. And lastly, their towers are not good for your health. Psychologist Daniel Capone writes in the Canadian Journal of Public Health that these tall buildings, and I quote, keep children and the elderly from getting exercise because the extra effort it takes to get outside encourages them to stay home and flip on the TV. It deprives children especially of neighborhood peers and activities. Don't let them tell you there won't be many children in Rose Arts. They're building 3-bedroom apartments in a suburban, not downtown, where millennials can enjoy the nightlife. Rose Arts is being built in a suburban community designed for families. And these days, more generations are living under the same roof. There will be a lot of children living in Rose Arts. Rose Arts is not a village as described by any expert. It doesn't blend with our community. Its massive density and intensity next to single-family homes hurts property values, not help them. We want to build upon what we have, not destroy it. Please grant this appeal and let's work together toward a compatible project that Rosemont residents can proudly embrace. But if you're so inclined to approve any of it, would you please limit the building heights to 35 feet? Thank you. And just one thing, Mr. Mayor, this is a legislative appeal, so unlike the Municipal Planning Board where the applicant would have the last word, I would submit to you that it would be appropriate for an appellant, and I would like to be that appellant, to have the last word. Just for your consideration, thank you.
Richard Scheibe. Curtis Hunter will be after Mr. Scheibe.
Scheibe, thank you. The worst I've heard is Screeber. Didn't happen. My name is Richard Scheibe, and I live at 4522 South Lake Orlando Parkway, and I have lived in the Rosemont neighborhood for 10 years, and I call it home. My remarks this afternoon concern traffic in the Rose Arts, from the Rose Arts plan. Rose Arts has presented a traffic impact analysis as required by the city codes, and on page 18 of this report, the developer states that Rosemont will experience over 41,000 daily vehicle trips with the Rose Art development. Let me say that again. Rose Arts will load over 41,000 additional vehicle trips into this small neighborhood every day. That means that Rose Arts will increase the traffic loads in Rosemont by 150%. The developer's traffic study really doesn't explain that the different types of vehicles which Rosemont will be faced because of the inclusion of the Rose Art retail elements, tractor trailers to stock the grocery store, garbage collection vehicles to collect more than 3 times as much trash as generated, and here's one, additional Amazon trucks into the neighborhood. I don't know how many that would be. Extra moving vans to move people in and out of the almost 6,000 apartments, and so on. One would expect that the developer would have found a way to transport these 41,000 extra vehicles and hundreds of commercial vehicles in and out of Rosemont, but no, they have not. One would expect a knowledgeable developer to present new roads in and out of Rosemont, but no, they have not. Well, then surely they have at least widened some roads leading in and out of Rosemont, but no, they have not. The only traffic mitigation strategies that the developer has suggested are 2. The first is a plan to attempt to create a free flow of traffic from Lake Breeze driveway onto John Young Parkway, where there is currently a stop sign. Is this realistic? The developer's own traffic study admits that we don't know. The study only says, and I quote, "We will examine the feasibility of this change." So the developer is admitting that although the change is required to handle the additional traffic load, the best they can say about it is it may be feasible. The change is as impossible that even today, years into the planning, the developer has not even broached this change with the Florida Department of Transportation. The only other meager attempt to handle these extra 41,000 daily vehicle trips is the installation of a stoplight at the end of Rosamond Drive intersecting with 441, which is the only 4-lane road in and out of Rosemont. So, no new roads, no wider roads, but we will have a stoplight. Good deal. And all of the extra cars and these hundreds of commercial vehicles daily will be forced to navigate through a single lane roundabouts. It just won't work. Let's use a little arithmetic sense to get a feel of the Rose Arts traffic impact on my neighborhood. The average car in the U.S. is about 15 feet long. When cars are moving, they don't stack bumper to bumper, so let's make a 4-foot distance between cars. So each car takes up roughly 19 feet. And 19 feet is conservative, as it does not figure in the length of commercial vehicles. Currently, Rosemont traffic is roughly 25,000 daily vehicle trips, and Rosarts proposes to add another 41,000. So a daily quota of 66,000 cars times 19 feet per vehicle equals a line of cars almost 240 miles long that will be using Rosemont roads daily. Of course, the cars are moving, so let's go there. The posted speed limit on current roads in Rosemont is 25, although it's considerably slower because of the current traffic. Interior commercial roads that Rosarts will be constructing, single lanes with pedestrian crossing and cars pulling in and out of spaces, can't be posted at more than about 10 miles an hour, so a blended speed limit of 18 miles an hour might work. How long will it take these 250 miles of cars to traverse through Rosemont every day? On this average, about 18 miles an hour. So let's look at this another way. How many of you live in a neighborhood whose streets could accommodate an additional 41,000 extra vehicle trips a day with all the extra commercial vehicles? Can you do that in your neighborhood? Yours? I don't think so. If you ask a developer how this would possibly work, and we have asked, they will tell you, well, don't worry about it. The full impact of this traffic, we are only asking for phase one, and phase one will only be 14,000 extra car trips and maybe 100 commercial vehicles. But that's a misleading statement. The developer is requesting this council to make an irreversible density decision that will allow for all three phases. They must show that they can handle the full 41,000 cars plus the hundreds of commercial vehicles on the current road system, and they can't do that. Interior urban villages should be developed only with a corresponding street system allowing easy access to major gateway roads. That type of street system is not possible in Rosemont. We urge you to reject this overloading of the roads in my residential neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Curtis Hunter, followed by Sarah Gale Reese.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mayor Dyer, commissioners. Curtis Hunter Jr. is my name. I am a resident of Rosemont. Been there for 21 years. We call it home. My son now lives there. He's a homeowner. My remarks concern affordable housing. You hear the term today is thrown around very loosely, affordable housing. It was prevalent in the opening remarks by the representatives of the builder. And I'm going to try to do this. I wrote some things down, so I'm going to try to follow my script here. When Rosarts was brought before the Orlando City Council in April, Commissioner Hill said that she could not support the development because it did not include any affordable housing. In an effort to sway Commissioner Hill's vote, the developer's attorney, Rebecca Wilson, shouted out during the meeting, "We will include at least some affordable housing units." So when the new application was submitted, we suspect Commissioner Hill expected that the developer would carry through on their attorney's promise and would include some affordable housing. But surprise, 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 the new proposal included no affordable housing. None, zip, zero, nada. Rather, it included only attainable housing, which is the term for higher price units that may fit into the budgets of essential workers that earn above median area salaries. While that is something, this is not my point. Rather, my point is how the developer has handled this issue in a blatant attempt to deceive the commission and especially Commissioner Hill, since she raised the issue. On page 12 of the zoning report, city staff wrote in part, and I quote, "The applicant has agreed to include affordable and attainable housing as part of the proposed development." But if you look at the application, it doesn't include affordable housing. It says attainable housing. There's no mention in there, but when you look at what's been presented on the screens here today and what's being told to us, we're led to believe that it includes affordable housing. We were perplexed. Nowhere could we find any mention about the inclusion of affordable housing. Thinking we missed something, we requested planning to send us any document from the developer that indeed said they would be including affordable housing. This response we received from Jim Burnett in planning in an email, and I quote in its entirety was, "The applicant is providing attainable housing. Often the terms affordable and attainable go hand in hand." So let me read this official statement again. Often the terms affordable and attainable go hand in hand. Mr. Burnett would have us believe that affordable housing and attainable housing are the same thing. That's simply not true. These terms are not interchangeable. Want proof? Just look at page 49 of the same staff report, where it very clearly delineates between the two types. Affordable and attainable are different price points. They are not the same. Why would the planning division write that the developer would be including both affordable and attainable housing when obviously they are not? We were left only with one conclusion. Since Commissioner Hill has said that she would not support any Rose Arch project unless it included affordable housing, the Rose Arch developer decided or thought it could fool her or fool his commission by saying that the development would include affordable housing when they knew full well that it does not. Mayor and commissioners, if you decide to destroy the neighborhood in which I live based on the true facts, I will be upset. But if you decide to destroy our neighborhood on outright lies, I and the rest of the neighbors will be hopping mad. And the claim that the Rose Arch proposed development contains affordable housing is simply not true. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Sarah Gay Reese is next.
Hi, my name is Gay Reese. I live at 4948 Easter Circle, Orlando, Florida, 32808. I have lived for 23 years in Rosemont, and I call it home. My remarks today concern destruction of nature. I feel the plans under discussion for the property in Rosemont are yet another example of what Joni Mitchell summarized so neatly years ago in the song Big Yellow Taxi. You pave paradise, you put up a parking lot. The urban design policy document in our growth management plan, Goal 6, is nature in the city. The goal is, and I quote, integrate the man-made environment with the natural environment. I am not convinced the plans put forward in this development do any more than just play lip service to this lofty sentiment, and I fear it will be conveniently forgotten if implemented. The Rose Arch project, with its massive increase in structural and population density, in this small area destroys the unique features of nature that makes our Rosemont neighborhood special. The property under consideration for modification formerly was a golf course, but not like most golf courses today where there are huge fairways. This one snakes through 128 acres of native flora and fauna that allowed guests and those new to Florida to enjoy a little of our natural habitat. Outside of the Lake Nona area, this parcel in Rosemont contains more native Florida than any other neighborhood in Orlando. Objective 6.6 states, and I quote, excuse me, throughout the planning period, the city shall maintain standards in the land development regulations to propose additioning to protect existing canopy trees during construction. Objective 6.6.1 states, I quote, the city shall protect canopy trees impacted by infill and new development. Let me say that again. The city shall protect canopy trees impacted by infill and new development. This is mandatory language and not permissive. In our comprehensive plan, there is a total section dedicated to the history and creation of the urban village, Baldwin Park. In that section, the city boasts of saving over 100 historic trees and relocating them on site. When we in Rosemont talk about saving our hundreds of centuries-old legacy trees, it falls on deaf ears. Cypress trees are the slowest growing trees, growing only 1 inch every decade. One of the golf course employees told us that there is a 500-year-old bald cypress tree on the property. Based on their site plans, those trees are gone. The buildings are just too big. The developer says maybe we'll save some trees around the perimeter, maybe. If this is an urban village like Baldwin Park and Lake Nona, why hasn't there been more discussion about moving our legacy trees too early in the process, or that people involved just don't care? We suspect the latter. We are told that the developer has not invited city employees onto the property to identify the legacy trees. We're not surprised. Mayor and commissioners, you participated in a tree workshop presented by Lisa Early and expressed a desire to save trees. Please care, because no one else seems to. Can you require buildings with a smaller footprint that fit with the character of the land, something more like Baldwin Park that values human-scale buildings and nature? The city of Orlando did a great job when Rosemont was initially created and saved many trees. If you drive through our neighborhood, you will see yards with huge bald cypress trees and clusters of trees left in their natural state with homes built around them. We understand that the golf course is a beautiful piece of land near a lake. Of the 128 acres, 100 acres are in a serious floodplain. We are the headwaters to the Wekiva River Basin, and there is a Wekiva overlay. The water table is only 1 foot below the ground. The shape is serpentine and does not allow for a traditional city grid system of streets. I would also raise the issue of how this proposed development, with its ripping out of trees and other water-retaining ground cover in favor of concrete, would affect the issue of flooding in the area. We love our neighborhood as it is, with its diversity of both people and natural beauty. My husband says he was out early one morning earlier this year when a flock of birds flew overhead, and it just felt ancient somehow, even among the condos and apartment housing we already have. Packing 5,650 high-rise apartment units into our community just makes moments like these even rarer. Thank you, and please grant our appeal so we can find someone who, if they wish to develop the property, will do so with due consideration for the beauty of the community, both in its people and its nature. Thank you for your time.
Next up is Charlotte Kendall, and then Mary Shebe. Scheibe.
Good afternoon. I'm Charlotte Kendall, and I reside at 4566 North Lake Orlando Parkway in the center of the neighborhood of Rosemont. This has been my home for more than 18 years. I vehemently oppose the monstrosity known as the Rose Arts District. Rosemont was the first planned urban development in the city, and it was built around a golf course in 1975. It was planned to be multiracial and multi-socioeconomic, and still is today. Black and white, Asian and Latinx, Native and immigrant are mixed throughout Rosemont. There are houses less than 1,000 square feet and fine large homes on the lakeshore on the golf course. There are small and large apartments, condos, and townhomes, none over 3 stories tall. I bought a condo in Rosemont because I had always wanted to live in a diverse neighborhood. My condo sits on the shore of Lake Orlando, and I look across the lake at the golf course property, which ends less than 200 feet from my home. The opposite shore is thick with huge old trees, cypress and sweet bay and oaks. If I end up looking at 100-foot-tall buildings across the lake, my quality of life will be diminished and my property value will suffer. From the city's own vision statement and growth management plan, I quote, "Orlando is blessed with vital, vibrant neighborhoods, which are characterized by a variety of housing styles and sizes, access to lakes and parks, and mixtures of their residents' ethnic and economic backgrounds. It is Orlando's intent through the growth management plan to preserve neighborhoods. This plan encourages infill development that is sensitive in character and compatible in scale with traditional neighborhood design." It goes on to say, "Development regulations must be implemented that are sensitive to traditional neighborhood design practices. Architectural or other review processes are needed to ensure infill development is appropriate and sensitive to the traditional design of the neighborhood." These are the City of Orlando's own words. Now, these high-stakes Miami developers want to put a bunch of 100-foot-tall buildings on a piece of land that used to be a golf course. This land meanders through Rosemont, with existing housing right on its edges. It is partly wetland and regularly floods and contributes to flooding that threatens nearby homes, and that is now. What will the flooding be like when much of that absorbent land becomes buildings and roads? The consequences, if this development is approved by you today, will destroy our lives, our peace of mind, and our property values. 5,500 new housing units, 12,000 more people, 10,000 or more cars on 2 main roads with speed limits of 25 miles per hour. Traffic is already heavy on Lake Orlando Parkway, with backups at commuting time that tie up the roundabout. The developers propose to build a few new roads, but you have to use Lake Orlando Parkway to go almost anywhere in Rosemont. If this development is built, traffic will be a nightmare. Emergency response times will be longer, and traffic on 441 and the ramp at John Young Parkway will be backed up. Just entering and leaving the neighborhood will be difficult and stressful. Local schools will be overcrowded. Some of those 12,000 people will be school-age kids. So in general, quality of life in Rosemont will diminish, whatever your socioeconomic status. Supposedly, Rosemont is going downhill economically, and we need this development to perk us up. This neighborhood is just fine the way it is. We don't need or want the Rose Arts District. These developers need to pack up and go back to Miami, where this type of a development belongs. But it isn't just the people of Rosemont who will suffer. When I look out my windows, I see many species of birds, some of which are threatened. The developer did a required study, which has actually expired, titled Threatened and Endangered Species Assessment Lake Orlando Project. This document addresses the possible impact of this project on wildlife, threatened wildlife. I'll start by talking about the limpkin, a threatened shorebird federally protected by the Migratory Bird Treaty Act Rule 68A-4.001, which is not even mentioned in their report, even though there is a breeding colony on the golf course property. Protected birds are not to be disturbed, killed, captured, or transported. Habitat modification, including nest destruction and relocation, are forbidden. There is history behind this omission. I've done some research into this species, and I have a story to tell. Limpkins are brown and long-legged, with a long, slightly curved bill made for eating apple snails, their only food source. Apple snails need thick vegetation in the water at the shoreline to survive. Limpkins scream night and day, so you definitely know when they're around. In an early Zoom meeting with the developers, I asked Andrew if he knew what a limpkin was. He did. I told him that they were a threatened species and that they lived and bred on their property. Sometime later, on 2 nights after that meeting, well after dark, I looked out and saw 2 yellow inflatable boats with men and very bright flashlights across the lake. I had no idea what they were doing. A while after that, I suddenly realized that I hadn't heard a limpkin recently. I put 2 and 2 together and realized that the developers had gotten rid of their limpkin problem. I can't prove it, but I know what I saw. After a while, other limpkins came back to Lake Orlando, and this spring there were at least 2 clutches of baby limpkins along the shore. Now those limpkins are also gone. No more screaming, just in time for this hearing. The little blue heron is threatened. The developer's report says that they occasionally feed here. I see them almost every day. The wood stork, likewise threatened, comes to feed here fairly regularly. It's all about the apple snail. These delicious snails and the birds that eat them all need shoreline vegetation and trees to live. I've seen snail kites, another threatened species, flying over Lake Orlando. Bald eagles, a protected species, fish in the lake. It's not just the birds. Humans also suffer when beautiful nature views are destroyed, turned into huge apartment buildings. The beauty of Rosemont is soothing to all of us, giving us peace and a feeling that we are home. Imagine if a developer did the same thing to your neighborhood. This is not downtown Orlando expanding. This is an invasion of a quiet suburban neighborhood far from the center of the city. To further quote from the city's vision statement, proposals for development that are premature, poorly located, and cause or contribute to the destruction of sensitive natural or environmental resources in the Orlando metropolitan area will not be tolerated. I'm counting on you, Mayor Dyer, city commissioners, and you're all citizens of the city of Orlando, to turn down this proposed development for the sake of the residents of Rosemont and your own consciences.
Mary Scheibe, and then Leonard Connor.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Scheibe. I live at 4522 South Lake Orlando Parkway. I've lived there for 34 years, and it is my home. My concern after hearing everyone today is that this may not be my place to age in place. I came here to talk about how this all got to this position. And now I'm seeing that it's unattainable to age in place if everything that Rose Arts wants to do will be done. It will be horrible to live there. But at any rate, Years ago, the city published a list of opportunity zones in Orlando, and it was attempting to attract developers who take advantage of tax incentives. The city at that time reasoned that developers would jump at the chance to invest in these economic challenged areas and reap the tax rewards. Originally in District 3, there were 3 identified opportunity zones: Fashion Square Mall, Magic Mall, and Rosemont. However, the original area in Rosemont was not the golf course, but the dilapidated Rosemont Plaza and the apartments that front 441. This was intentional since these areas had access to a major road, 441, which is called the Gateway, and this area of Rosemont was considered to be the blighted part of this suburbia. The golf course was closed, but it was, and still is, not considered a blighted part of Rosemont, as it is nestled in a beautiful, serene, and established area of individually owned private residences. However, the owner of the course was desperate to sell, and local buyers were not interested. Local developers knew about the 99-year restrictive covenant. They also understood that 2/3 of the course was a floodplain, and that it would be difficult or impossible to build there. Local developers also understood that the roadway system could not handle any large-scale mixed-use project. And they also did not want to be identified as the force behind this out-of-place development. So the owner of the golf course set a wider net to find a buyer and put the golf course up for auction. This is where Westside Capital, the developer which is proposing Rose Arts, appears. It's important to understand that Westside has no experience in retail development and no experience in repurposing current neighborhoods, and that's obvious from their plan, and absolutely no experience in ground-up development or interior urban villages, but with little or no due diligence and certainly no experience in these types of projects, Westgate Capital bought the golf course anyway, thinking it had found the gold mine, and they began to design what they could put on it. And Westgate then thought, if big is good, massive must be better. More density, more tax incentives. So Westgate began designing the current Rose Arts monstrosity, not in the blighted area of Rosemont, adjacent to the 441 Gateway, but no, right smack dab in the middle of the cohesive and established residential part of Rosemont. Then they ran into a problem. The golf course was not large enough to handle the gigantic development that would yield the gigantic profits that they wanted. Westgate realized that, to use a metaphor, it could not load more than 1 ton of manure into a single 1-ton manure truck. So they proposed a whole fleet. And so here we are discussing not a solution for the blighted area of Rosemont, but a ridiculous overbuilding in the established part of the neighborhood. The developer has put forward a premise for this ridiculous proposal. It claims that any development of Rose Arts will not be successful without 5,650 apartments, and unless they say, and the project will fail. Of course, I say, so be it. As we are all aware, the developer and its proponents are fond of citing Baldwin Park. Yet Baldwin Park has created a successful development, and their density is 1/8 of that proposed by Rose Arts. So one would have to question why Westgate needs 8 times as much density as Baldwin Park to be successful. But then again, Westgate has no experience in this arena. And if Westgate really needs almost 6,000 apartments, then the obvious solution would be change the plan or move it elsewhere. As Commissioner Stewart said on March 22nd, I know that to make this project work, the developer has told city staff and the municipal planning board that this density is required. However, building at that same density as downtown Orlando on a golf course miles away from our city center is simply out of character to the goals and objectives of our growth management plan. Overbuilding the golf course will in effect be punishing all of us in the Rosemont neighborhood because of the sins of the blighted areas on 441, which will remain. The proponents of Rose Arts claim that Rose Arts will be the jewel of Rosemont, but we argue it's a diamond, and you don't cut the heart out of a diamond, and that's exactly what they're proposing. I wrote this over a year ago in emails to all of you, that ultimately the developer's plan will fail because the blighted areas at the entrance to Rose Art will keep all shoppers from entering. No retail customer will even be able to see any shops from any major road, and renters, seeing the massive traffic jams from 42,000 extra cars, will look elsewhere. The developer by then will probably have sold off his tax incentives and moved on. The blighted areas will remain. The heart of Rosemont will be forever destroyed. I really ask you, beg you, plead with you to say no to this Rose Arts. It's nothing but a future ghetto. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Leonard Connor.
Well, good afternoon. I know you guys can't wait to hear another speaker. I can just see it on your faces, but I really appreciate you giving us this opportunity to defend our homes because that's what we're doing today. My name is Leonard Connor. My wife and I have lived in Rosemont since 1994, and Rosemont's our home. It's a beautiful place. With or without the golf course, it is just a gorgeous place. My remarks today concentrate on compatibility. Okay, when we speak in land use terms, compatibility is the only word that balances growth against the needs to protect the neighborhood that the growth's being proposed in. It's a balance. Without this single word, there'd be no need for this meeting today, this legislative appeal, because it would just be rubber stamped and approved. But it wasn't for one simple reason: Orlando's growth management doctrine. It enshrines the goals, objectives, and policies of what happens in Orlando. And the word compatibility appears 54 times. 54 times. That's a lot. Okay, the compatibility requirement is stated more than any other guiding principle in the growth management plan. Now, I know you've already heard this quote before, but I think it's worth hearing again. Section 1.7.2 of the growth management plan says growth management plans amendments, which is what we're talking about today, shall be reviewed for compatibility. Neighborhoods shall be protected from incompatible uses which negatively impact the functionality of established neighborhood, end quote. Now, given the importance of compatibility in the official growth management plan, we would expect several pages of discussion on compatibility in the staff report or the developer's materials. But there's not pages. There's not paragraphs. In fact, the staff's entire justification for this massive land use of the word compatibility only appears in two places. The developer and the city staff hangs their hats on a single sentence in the report, which appears on page 24. And it says, "The proposed future land use map amendment is compatible with the surrounding development pattern," end quote. That's it. No discussion or proof or relevant comparison, simply an assertion, an unsubstantiated conclusion, which is untrue to me in its face. Why didn't the staff devote more information on the compatibility issue? I don't really know, but I think it's because Rose Arts is not compatible with Rosemont. But obviously the issue of compatibility is somewhat subjective, or we wouldn't be here discussing what it means. Today in this forum, our mayor and our honorable city commissioners are going to have to make that distinction. You're going to have to rule on it. So I'd ask each of you, we're gonna do something a little different. We've seen the developers' graphics up here, which showed beautiful buildings and an artist's illustration, but one thing you didn't see was Rosemont. Where was Rosemont in all these illustrations? Well, Rosemont is a place, it's families, it's homes, it's trees, and you never saw that. So I'd like to show you, if I can find it here. Whoa, where did it disappear to? Can I get somebody up here to help me with the play? Oh, there it is. I'm going to ask you some questions as we watch. I want you to think a little bit as we drive down the streets of Lake Orlando Parkway, streets where Rose Arts is proposed. I'd like you to think about the following questions, because now you can see Rosemont. You can see where we live, what we love, our passion, our defense of this. Are multiple 100-foot tall buildings compatible with this neighborhood? Is there anywhere in this neighborhood where you would expect to see an additional 15,000 residents churning through this neighborhood? Is there anywhere on this little road trip where you can imagine an additional 42,000 additional vehicles every day? Is there anywhere through this drive through Rosemont that you would expect to see walls separating 8-story buildings from these very residential homes? Commissioner Stewart succinctly summarized in his analysis on March 22nd, and I quote, "The project is incompatible with the surrounding land use. It sets a dangerous precedent for our communities in the future." On behalf of all my neighbors, friends in Rosemont who have chosen to live in what we think is a jewel, to please reject the Rose Arts as it's obviously incompatible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is Chris Miles here? Okay, that's all of the appellants that we have that were going to appear in person. We still have 11 that may appear by Zoom, but I did have 3 of the people that have asked to speak, asked if they could speak early in that portion. So since they may be here in person and would like to speak earlier due to health issues, I'm going to let the 3 of those go if they're here. So that'd be Deborah Bingham, Curtis Johnson, and Mary Lou Johnson. So you only have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Deborah Bingham. I've lived in Rosemont for 25 years. I live at 3850 Villa
Could you pull
Rose.
that mic closer?
Sure. Hi, again. My name is Deborah Bingham. I live at 3850 Villa Rose Lane in the 18th Green. I've lived here 25 years and I call it home. I'm so proud of all my neighbors who've spoken so eloquently with the time given them. I can't possibly convey all that's been conveyed in this brief amount of time. But today, my remarks today concern density, incompatibility, traffic, and destruction of nature. I live in a modest one-story villa on a beautiful little retention pond at the corner of Villa Rose Lane and Clubhouse Road. Because residents of the 18th Green live in connected homes, the proposal would allow multiple 8 to 9-story colossal apartment buildings 100 feet high to be built just 70 feet from our homes. This is not an appropriate transition. It's merely the length of 5 automobiles. It appears they took the liberty of measuring the 70-foot setback on their plans from the center of my home itself, not even from the edge of my property line. This would be like having a massive cruise ship sitting in your backyard just feet from your back door. Furthermore, the plan calls for bulldozing the green space behind my home, filling in 2 living, breathing retention ponds that are home as often has been shared, a variety of turtles, fish, ducks, otters, hare, and ibises, cranes, storks, lipkins, rosette spoonbills, little blue heron, etc., and their source of food for the eagles, osprey, hawks, and other birds and wildlife throughout our neighborhood. They intend to eliminate the trees, ponds, and wildlife behind my home and give me a view of the entrance to their parking garage, just a few feet away. Our association has been taking care of the pond on our property since the beginning, including paying for monthly lake treatments and liability insurance. We are a traditional neighborhood built around a 120-acre green space, which was promised to us for 99 years. The proposal to take the most valuable resource in our community, which our community is literally built around, and put massive 100-foot concrete structures smack in the middle of it, is not only obscene, it's unconscionable. As already been said, according to the future land use policy, quote unquote, neighborhoods shall be protected from incompatible and intrusive land uses which negatively impact the visual appearance and functionality of the established neighborhood. That applies in my neighborhood. There are 38 units in the 18th Green. This developer proposes to put 3 100-foot high buildings less than 70 feet from our back doors. This plan proposes to surround us with concrete, noise at all hours, lights, traffic, and at a minimum, an estimated 13,000 people who will never be integrated into our traditional neighborhood. Am I over?
Yes,
No.
ma'am. We have your written comments.
Pardon?
We have your written comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Curtis or Mary Lou Johnson?
Greetings all. Let me pull this up a little bit. Greetings all. My name is Curtis Johnson. I reside at 4497 Real Court in Camino Real. I have been the president of the Camino Real Homeowners Association for 11 years. I have lived in our Rosemont neighborhood for 40 years, and I too call it home. My remarks concern density and stormwater. This might be redundant to some, but it's well worth hearing again. I had the opportunity to address this body of the city governments on several occasions regarding my fervent opposition to the Rose Arts project. And thank you for listening to all the salient arguments, points, both visual and spoken, presented to you by the citizens of Rosemont and the Lake Orlando area. Hopefully today you will grant yourself to invoke something called common sense. If you decide when you decide our fate. I'm not trying to minimize the consideration of a tax gain by the city. But please, please, think long-term about the decline in so many ways of Rosemont if you allow this over-embellished and incompatible project to go forward. The issue with the St. Johns River Authority, the existing floodplain, the stormwater flooding, and the injury to the Little Wekiva River and the Little Wekiva Canal, which is in my back door. All of this damage is not going to go away. And yes, we understand that development is allowed on floodplains. But can you imagine what level of destruction this project will bring to our existing neighborhoods and abundant wildlife? Then there are the obscene traffic increases of 42,000 additional cars and the potential of an increase in crime. Effectively, Rose Arts would become a very attractive target. This is still a project where the developers are willing to put 7 pounds into a 5-pound bag. This would be a huge mistake to allow this unbelievable, horrific project to go forward. This commercial monstrosity will be built using the wrong plan, the wrong project, the wrong area, the wrong community. All of this is entirely too large, and it's just wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Is Mrs. Johnson here as well? Mary Lou Johnson.
Hello, my name is Mary Lou Johnson, and as a bride, I moved to Rosemont 40 years ago. What do you want to see? A redevelopment of Rosemont or Limpkins? Asked the representative from Rose Arts. And the group of residents at Rosemont at the meeting said, Limpkins. The medium-sized brown wading bird became our battle cry. Limpkins are protected by the Migratory Bird Act, and they are endangered species. People who support nature are looked upon by developers as nutcases. Well, count me in. The midnight raid and destruction of the Lemkin Rookery on Lake Orlando sounds like a novel written by an author who's called The Conscience of Florida, Carl Hiaasen. Orlando's growth management plan, Objective 1.6 says, and I quote, "The city of Orlando shall throughout the planning period act to protect endangered and threatened species," unquote. Endangered birds, animals, and trees, our canopy of trees covered under Objective 1.5, are so abundant in Rosemont. Rosemont is a treasure to this city with its varied ecosystem. Has the developer done his due diligence? I don't think so. I believe that this project would have been on a much smaller scale, appropriate and compatible to our community, and should have been much celebrated in its protection of our rich ecosystem. What a great selling point that would have been. Again, Orlando's Growth Management Objective 1.4 states, all projects requiring MPB and City Council review within the city shall include an environmental assessment. Level C of that objective specifically addresses endangered species and threatened species. In their expired environmental report, their contractor wanted more time to study the land, but Westside Capital said no. Staff allowed this new application to move forward without updating environmental and threatened species reports in the interest of time and in favor of the developer. Well, since when did the city start taking shortcuts on our environmental issues? That goes against Orlando's growth management plan. In closing, I worry about our environment and loss of animal habitat that this huge development would bring. I was disappointed when the MPB's chairperson admitted out loud from the dais that she had already made up her mind, and she kind of chuckled. About 38 years ago, I stood before this august group trying to stop the first apartments that were to be built. I saw the gavel fall and the motion pass. The developers are long gone now, and we are left with this blight and habitat loss. Mayor Dyer and commissioners, I beg you, do not let this happen to us again. Then all we'll have left is Florida Fish and Wildlife and code enforcement on speed dial. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have 11 appellants still on Zoom, but we do have 5 people that asked to speak at public testimony that may be here in person. So I'm going to go ahead and take them if they're in person, and you're on the 3-minute time frame. So that'll be Bill Freeman, Nick Stable, Robert Boyd, Catherine Martin, and Charlie Guns. Is Bill Freeman here?
My name is actually Oscar Freeman, but nobody calls me that. It's either Bill, Billy, or O. So I live at 1329 Anchor Court in College Park. And you might wonder why I'm here, but I got into this or found out about Rose Arts late last year and dug into it a little bit. And when I saw what they were doing, I just had to try to help these people and their neighbors. And I've made a lot of good friends in the last year in Rosemont, I'll tell you. I'm in construction, and so I'm used to doing infrastructure. We have a waterworks division. I used to build stuff, and now I'm just a salesman. So I'm familiar with this. Listening to, I want to talk to you about this whole process and Orlando's growth management plan and really the process with that in Rosemont. I want to talk to you about the municipal planning board. I went to both of the last 2 meetings, and I heard Becky Wilson talk about 2 unanimous votes in favor of this. And that, to me, that alone indicates maybe a failure in the municipal planning board's review of this project. I've now attended those meetings, and twice they approved it. This volunteer board, which I get it's volunteers, they barely gave this a cursory look at it. They posed no questions that relate to the key issues. So that's one issue. City staff appears to have embraced this from the beginning for whatever reason, and I get it, the growth of the city and all that sort of thing. But they seem to have taken some shortcuts and put some stuff off to later to see how it works out, hoping it works out. I've never been against growth. A project like this represents a lot of sales for my company. And but here's the key thing. Rose Arts is an infill project in a single-family suburban neighborhood. If it threatened your home, if you had these tall towers threatening your home, I'll take this room, and you take 75 feet or 150 feet. This room's not much. And I'd like each of you to picture your house or your apartment this close from this one side of this to a 5 or an 8-story building. And I think you'd defend your home. This new proposal has only reduced the density less than 6%. There's been no change in the compatibility. So I said this to the municipal planning board. There are 2 key issues that should decide this thing: density and compatibility. All of the other issues, traffic, environment, Limkins, school concurrency, all of those are just going to be negative fallout from a bad decision by this council. So I'd ask each of you to look at the growth management plan, and in section 1.7.2, this is the most important thing of all. Neighborhoods should be protected from incompatible uses that negatively impact the functionality of established neighborhoods, and that's exactly what we have here. I urge you to do the right thing for Rosemont neighbors, do the right thing for the city of Orlando, uphold this appeal, send this back to the drawing board, and please, when you do that, you need to ask this developer and all of their supporting companies to be sincere about sitting down and really listening and compromising with the neighborhood. I appreciate y'all's deal, and I'm counting on y'all. Thanks.
Okay, Nick Stable. Robert Boyd. Catherine Martin.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Martin. I live at 4475 Riel Court in Rosemont, and I do call it home. We've been there for 20 years. My speech concerns how shall we grow. In the future land use element support document under development framework, it discusses the City of Orlando's active participation in the myregion.org How Shall We Grow visioning process. Between March 2006 to August 2007, Central Floridians came together for a community conversation, and this was the conclusion, and I quote, "The How Shall We Grow vision emphasizes that each community should develop according to the size and character envisioned by its residents." Let me repeat, by its residents. Mayor and commissioners, please hear us. Just like you chose your neighborhood where you live because you like the size and character of it, we want to maintain our size and character and sense of place of our Rosemont neighborhood too. We want development that is compatible with the size and character envisioned by us, the Rosemont residents. We do not want a new type development that is totally out of character and incompatible with our primarily single-family homes which surround this project. If we follow the example of the packing district, the New Deal Rose Arts project belongs along Highway 441. Perhaps the Sodo neighborhood closer to downtown would like this type of high-rise New Deal project, perhaps perfect next to a railway station. What does compatible mean to us? Well, let's look at Baldwin Park. Look at how Baldwin Park blends with the surrounding neighborhoods of Audubon Park and the Winter Park neighborhoods. Now that meets our expectation of compatible. In future land use policy document 5.33.4, it describes an urban village as, and I quote, intended to harmoniously and seamlessly blend new development with the existing urban fabric of the surrounding developed area. Mayor and commissioners, do you think Rose Arts, with its 9 100-foot tall buildings, harmoniously and seamlessly blends with the existing fabric of our primarily single-family homes abutting the property, or in Rosemont, anywhere? No, it does not. Human-scale buildings are critical to meeting the urban village designation test. 9 100-tall-foot buildings are not human scale. They blend great with our downtown activity center, but not in our suburban, primarily single-family homes in Rosemont. We have heard so much puffing about the wonders of the Rose Arts project that it is time to pop the bubble for what it is. Rose Arts is a wolf in sheep's clothing. 30 years from now, when the shine has worn off, the wolf is going to jump out of the sheep's clothing, and the city of Orlando is going to have 10,000 multifamily units in Rosemont in decline, with investors who don't care. Please, do not leave us to the wolf. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Charlie Guns. Okay, I do see one more down here that may be in person. Steve Sinelli. Okay, that is everybody that we had that appears to be in person. Is there anybody else that signed up to testify that is here in chambers? And that means we just have Zoom left. So why don't we take a 7-minute break and we will reconvene at 5:30. and these are 3-minute speakers. Nick Stable, Charlie Guns, and Hendrik Kuenhoven.
Hello, my name is Nicholas DeBeal. I live at 3918 South Lake Orlando Parkway. A lot of you guys will recognize my name. I've been in touch with your offices over the last year or so in reference
is the mic on?
to my neighborhood. Can you hear me? Well, what do I do?
Hey, guys in the back, can you turn the mics up?
Hello? It's on.
Okay.
I'm Italian, I can do it. Anyhow, you've all heard from me, many of you, most of you have heard from me over the last year, so I'm not going to bore you with more of my comments. But a lot of the neighbors who are in support of this simply couldn't be here tonight. In fact, one of the people who was meant to speak, his mom got in a car accident, and he's not going to speak anymore. So I'm going to read for you some lines from some of my neighbors who wrote letters, which we'll present to the clerk, and we'll take it from there. Okay, this is from a neighbor, Diane Fox, who's lived in our community for 35 years. She says that she supports this because she believes our neighborhood needs it very badly. The abandoned property is doing us no good. It's an eyesore. It attracts dirty bikers and transits and dirt bikers, excuse me, transits and coyotes, which are terrifying. She says we'll hear from a lot of neighbors today who oppose this project. They simply do not want change. They want to lead you to believe that everyone opposes it, and that's just not the case. There are plenty of residents like herself who are smart enough to know that this is the best offer they could ever have. From a neighbor, Josh, who is a local business owner as well as a homeowner in the neighborhood. He supports Rose Arts because he believes our community needs it. The abandoned property is dead weight on the community. The neighborhood needs revitalization, and that's what this project will bring. The majority of the people who support revitalizing the community work 70-plus hours a week, and they just can't afford to come to all of the meetings that retired folks can. From Ramishka Boisrond, who grew up in Rosemont with her twin sister. She says, Rose Arts District project would not only provide the prove to be beneficial to the residents of Rosemont, but to the Rosemont Elementary School students, where she attended when she was young. The increased revenue from property taxes as the product of renovation would allow the school greater economic opportunities. And then, from her sister, Millie Boisron, she's lived in Rosemont all her life. She's witnessed various downfalls of the community. As countless businesses have left over the years, she's often wondered if Rosemont would ever have the potential to be returned to the glorious splendor it once possessed years ago. She believes the Rose Arts District is exactly what the community needs. She wants to keep the youth of the community in mind, not just the residents who have lived here for their adult lives. She says the children and young adults are the future of Rosemont. In 10 to 20 years, they are the ones who will live here. Being realistic, what will happen when the senior homeowners are no longer here? So with that in mind, I just want to encourage you guys to continue with, I have my speech on my phone, to follow the city staff's recommendation and the MPB's decision to approve the Rose Arts proposal for rezoning and for Phase 1 construction. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, okay.
Okay, Charlie Guns.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to express my support for Westside's capital creation of the Rose Arts District. As a resident of Rosemont, I believe development of the defunct Orlando Golf Club into a mixed-use development is the highest and best use of the abandoned property. When Rosemont was originally developed in the early 80s, suburban life was different than it is today. Attitudes toward emissions, land, and water conservation were lax. This is reflected in the sprawling design of the Rosemont community. The community was built with large single-family homes and condominiums focused on a golf course. The automobile was considered to be the primary source of transportation. The thought of walking or biking to a retail destination never crossed the original developers' minds and was not in demand at the time. Fast forward 40 years, and the common views of the community have done a complete 180. Now, land, water, and energy conservation, along with transportation options, are the primary selling points when developing a community. The Westfield capital investment in the community has the ability to make our outdated community into a model of today's style of living. When most people hear the phrase high density, they immediately get turned off. Their first thoughts are traffic, overcrowded schools, declined city services, etc., are going to accompany the new development. From experience, I know this is not the case, which is why I recently bought a home in Rosemont and plan on inquiring investment properties in the neighborhood. Of course, there are statistics to prove this, but I want to focus more on my life's observations and personal experiences with this type of transformation. The fact of the matter is, a community needs high density in order to meet today's style of environmentally conscious living. In order for a business to thrive in a neighborhood, they need customers. They need local as well as tourist dollars. The proposed development in Rosemont will bring both. Locals will be able to walk to the store, brewery, or beauty salon. The tourists will come for the green space or to visit a local restaurant or art installation. Residents of College Park and other districts will come for the experience. They will leave their hard-earned dollars behind, which will keep people employed and property values high, which maintains the tax base. The strong tax base brings quality schools and services. Communities of the future are not going to be based on the winding cul-de-sac, which focuses solely on the automobile as the main source of transportation. Modern-day communities focus on a small downtown area, which can support mixed-use development. The increased density is the only way to make this a reality. Residents in Rosemont have the opportunity to repurpose their 80s-style subdivision into a modern, efficient district. It would be a shame not to take advantage of this billion-dollar transformation. Thank you.
Thank you. Hendrik Koehoven.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Hendrik Cowenhoven. I live at 3846 North Lake Orlando Parkway in Rosemont. I first just would like to say thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I have a great deal of respect for public service, and I realize the difficulty of your job as it relates to balancing the needs of your constituents with the best interests of the city. We know that that's a tough job, and appreciate your work. I've lived in Orlando for 30 years, and so as I was reflecting on how to approach this 3 minutes, I wanted to mention, I've been here 30 years. I've seen this city change dramatically from a medium-sized tourist town to what I believe is a world-class city with an incredible university, sports and recreation centers, beautiful neighborhoods, and quite honestly, the finest performing arts center in the world. All of those things are made possible because we have leaders who are willing to make bold choices that are sometimes risky, sometimes courageous, and often controversial. I think all the way back, I'm old enough and been around long enough in Orlando to think back to Baldwin Park, when people came into this room and said you were ruining Orlando by putting all of those homes on that old military base. No one would ever be able to get down Corden Drive again, and we were doomed. And it's one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the city. And I mean that literally, because if you think even more recently, controversial decisions like moving UCF student housing downtown or putting a soccer stadium in the middle of Paramore, these were controversial decisions that were made by this council that I think were very bold and have led us to be the world-class city we are today. This list goes on and on. So I think if you really went back and thought of every one of those projects, they all had opposers. There are people who don't want change. There's people who want to long for a city that lives in the past, a time that is no longer relevant. I've worked with a lot of developers in my own personal career, and in my opinion, this developer has put a thoughtful plan together that protects, establishes green space, provides jobs and opportunities for a part of the city that really needs it. Also, the integration of the affordable housing. I think we all know that a lot of times what developers do is they take the affordable housing requirement, check the box, and put a kind of a substandard building across the railroad tracks to check that box and keep those people away from us. This developer has taken affordable housing, incorporated it throughout the entire development so that the frontline workers, the teachers, can live, the food and beverage employees will live among us in our neighborhood and be part of the community instead of being excluded from it. That's the kind of neighborhood I want to live in. So, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners, please, today, once again, be bold and courageous. Do not leave Rosemont stuck in the past. Let us move forward to the future and join Orlando on this journey forward. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anybody else that's come in that had signed up and wanted to speak in person? If not, then we're going to go to the Zoom calls. So we're back on appellants. Leslie Johnson, Mary Bryant, Roger Hakola. So Leslie Johnson.
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Leslie Denning Johnson, 4007 Gulfside Drive in Gulf Resort Villas in Rosemont. And we have owned property there for 8 years before the golf course closed. We've had many eloquent and well-researched speakers here today from Rosemont. We've been fighting this for nearly 2 years and will continue to fight it. The issue of the development of the old golf course in Rosemont is an emotional one for the residents. The majority of us purchased our homes with the promise that we had a 99-year covenant to have an open recreational space and wonderful views, plus wildlife. We understand that this prospect is no longer available to us with the sale of the golf course. We understand that something will be built there, but we're hoping that something will be built that is more compatible with the community than what is being currently proposed. There are already a multitude of our apartments in our community. Some of them are already the worst areas of the community. We fear more of the same. Disney is bringing many new high-paying jobs to Orlando in the Lake Nona area. For the most part, these people will be looking for homes, not apartments. To expect to bring more high-paying jobs to Orlando, we must have the proper housing available for them. These are people who want to have community ties and community feelings and a comfortable place to raise their children. The developer keeps telling us that shopping is within walking distance. That is not true for all Rosemont residents. It is well over a mile from my home to the shopping area at Rosemont. In the hot summer weather and the sudden intense rainstorms that we have, walking would not be comfortable for me or many of my neighbors for a cup of coffee, and we certainly wouldn't want to carry groceries home from that distance. I'll need to get into my car to go to this shopping area. If I'm going to do that, I'll be just as happy to continue to the proposed Publix in the packing district just a little up the road on John Young Parkway. The neighbors of Rosemont fear that the mayor and city commission will approve the first phase of this project, which will include 1,600 apartments and the shopping district. We fear that the developer will design the shopping areas so that they can be converted to more apartments if the shops or stores fail. This will defeat the promises the developers are giving to the current residents and force 5 to 8-story apartment buildings into an area already overloaded with unappealing apartments. The proposal of the developer has already been found to be too dense for the entire project. Allowing the first part of the project will make that area too dense for that small area, that first part that occupies, plus put all the traffic of the stores in one area. If the area fails, that portion of the neighborhood will be blighted with 5 to 8-story buildings and lost views. When the developer decides to begin to build on the golf course itself, we are concerned with the waterways. The developers have promised to move all existing drainage sufficiently to make sure there is no flooding. But we have found that neither the city nor St. John's have completed and correct locations of all of those drainage areas. We fear our homes, which are currently near creeks where water from our property is drained, will flood because these creeks will be rerouted according to the plan. We are also concerned about the upkeep of the area. The developer says he will only mow the area once a month. As we all know, in the summer, the rainy season, grass can grow as much as 6 inches a week. Waiting a month could possibly mean 20 or more inches of lawn growth. It is disgusting and depressing. Once the 5,650 apartments are built, the buildings will be under different management. We worry that the grounds will not be kept looking like the pictures and photos presented by the developers. The developer has already said he will leave and not manage the property. This means the walkways that are presented won't continue to be as walkable or appealing. There are so many problems that can't be discussed in a letter or speech or a plea from the community. The developer did not heed the suggestions and needs of the existing neighborhoods and community. The last presentation deleted less than 400 apartments, and those were only in the area that they found to be unbuildable because of flood zones and unstable land. The last meeting the developer had with the community wasn't a fact-collecting meeting. It was an attempt to sell the neighborhood on the new and improved redesign, which made very few discernible changes from the original plan. It was met with loud protest. The people who are speaking for this project have lived in the area for shorter times than most of the speakers, and they don't remember what the area was like when the golf course was operating and the restaurant was there. Or they didn't live in an area at all and probably don't intend to move here. We all know that apartment dwellers traditionally have no bonds and no true feelings about the community in which they rent. They seldom vote in local elections or take part in community activities unless it is entertainment. They don't take part in tree plantings, community cleanups, etc. We truly don't see farmers markets or entertainment coming to the area. If the developer truly believes this will happen in this area, why hasn't he tested the theory with some entertainment or farmers markets during his pre-planning just to show the community what he believes will be so beneficial? With all these apartments, where are the playgrounds for children, the softball games, and the baseball fields, the pools for residents? Who wants to live in a nice apartment with no amenities? The newer, nicer apartment complexes have lots of amenities, including the pools and playgrounds. The developer is calling this mixed use. The mixed use is apartments and stores. That's a very limited definition of mixed use. This is not truly a village as stated. A village is a real variety of buildings such as homes, apartments, and villas, as well as stores. We are asked to think that this apartment complex could compare with Lake Nona, which is mixed use with homes, apartments, and businesses such as KPMG, and soon Disney, or Baldwin Park, where property values dropped for a while. Both developments failed as planned. Lake Nona did come back, but it did not become the medical complex as planned. And Baldwin Park is lovely, but not after the first surge. If you allow the first part of the development to be built, you are paving the way for future overbuilds on this land and changing forever the feel of an established and close-knit community. Many homeowners will leave the area, which gave them land and scenic beauty when they initially bought. The proposed roads will cause traffic accidents and turmoil during construction and beginning and will accomplish nothing but congestion. Please approve this appeal. Do not allow this monstrosity. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Mary Bryant. Don't have her on the list. Mary Bryant. Okay, Roger Hakula. Jackie Berry. Clara Robinson.
What?
Jackie Berry is unmuting
Oh,
now.
this is Jackie Berry. I'm sorry I couldn't get the mute. Is it okay for me to speak?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Thank you for hearing our comments today. My name is Jackie Berry. My home is 3823 Iron Wedge Drive. I have lived in our Rosemont neighborhood for 44 years, and I call it home. My remarks today are, why is this being forced upon us? You have heard multiple remarks from my neighbors as to why Rose Arts is not, can't even say the name, Rose Arts is not compatible to the neighborhood. You have heard multiple remarks as to how the density is twice that of Lake Nona and 8 times that of Baldwin Park. So actually almost the same density as downtown. And you have heard multiple remarks as to the effect of the massive dumping of traffic into my small neighborhood. But I would like to add that for me, it is a major issue. People that live in downtown Orlando chose to live in dense areas. People that moved into Lake Nona understood the density of that area. And certainly those that chose to live in Baldwin Park understood the plan for that development. All of these Orlando residents choose where to live based on the neighborhood as they understood it. I don't know how each member of this city council choose to live where you, I don't know how each member of this city council chose to live wherever you now do, but I expect that wherever you choose to live and raise your family, you expected that neighborhood which you chose would remain more or less as it was when you bought there. How would you feel if the neighborhood that you have chosen to live suddenly changed and not just a little? How would you feel if suddenly the population of your neighborhood was more than doubled with 100-foot tall towers in the middle of your green spaces? How would you feel if the density in one fell swoop suddenly became that of downtown? How would you feel if overnight an additional 40,000 cars were dumped onto your streets? If the residents of Rosemont wanted to live in a congested area, they would have done so. They didn't so choose and shouldn't be forced upon them now. I have neighbors that couldn't participate today. They're probably on I-4 right now, but I will say they have expressed their online opinions against this Rose Arts project. My neighbors and I have a right to expect that where we have chosen to live will not be ripped out and replaced with a totally incompatible Rose Arts. That is why over 96% of Rosemont is opposed to this development. Thank you so much for your time and listening to our feelings. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Ms. Berry. Okay, Clara Robinson.
She is on Zoom. She just needs to unmute her device.
Ms. Robinson, can you unmute? Ms. Robinson? All right, we'll come back if maybe she's doing something. Chaz McIntyre has indicated he does not want to speak, but I'll give him the chance just in case. How about Amy Becker? And then Catherine Noble will be after that. Amy Becker?
Good evening, this is Amy Becker.
Okay, you're on.
All right, you got it. My name is Amy Becker. I live at 3859 North Lake Orlando Parkway, Orlando, Florida. I've lived in this area in Rosemont and in Orlando 30 plus years now. And I'm going to try not to rehash what has already been said to spare us all some time. But as many has stated, there are serious compatibility issues with the Rose Arts plan. This was an issue on the first application, and reducing the building height from 10 stories to 8 stories does not change the compatibility problem. I just don't get it. Residents like me that live on North Lake Orlando Parkway, that live on the golf course side, that share a property line, we're the ones that are going to have that size building in their backyard and a road, and then have another road in front of us. So we're going to be sandwiched between two roads, which is lovely. I'm not really, but we looked at buffers, and I did go to the developers meeting, I believe it was on June 22nd, and I waited out all the fun stuff so I could get a chance to talk, right there at the E-frames and look at the pictures, and I want to ask some questions. Because I live in phase 1, section 2, and I would draw, if you can take a look at those cross sections for sections 1 and 2, they failed to mention that the mature trees they are pointing to are on private property, not on their property. We've got very little. I asked about what perimeter ones are staying. The only time I've seen it depicted has been on screen during a meeting. Briefly, these little red circles. It's not been provided to the public so we can have an idea what they're talking about keeping. So that, again, you really should look at those two, because also that's when I was talking to them and talking about trees at the meeting, and they mentioned that they didn't even point out the fact that, oh wow, there's a wall there, 6-foot wall. I don't know what it's made out of, and that was my concern from the very beginning. The plans always said compatibility is really tough in this section, and they don't know if we're going to have walls, what they're actually going to do. So that wasn't fun. As for, excuse me, I know everybody's mentioned a lot of the growth management plan and conservation and the animals and such, but I have done some research in that, and I am actually a bit of a photographer, and wildlife is kind of my specialty. Of those, we do have 3 that are Florida threatened species that I've seen numerous times out here. We have one that's federal and state threatened species, and that's that wood stork that they mentioned before. But what is also key to the wood stork is they need the cypress trees and the cypress stands for nesting purposes, and also they need the flow of water, the flood, and the rescinding that brings the prey, so they have something to eat. Okay, well that's good. A circle of life, one look at it going, oh, but guess what else the cypress trees do? They can absorb runoff from storms, slow or prevent flooding, and during storms and events, because that's what they like, water. So what does that mean? Well, in the golf course property, the former golf course properties, there's numerous cypress tree stands that are huge, hundreds of years old, and it's part of the ecosystem, and they're going to be gone. And it is part of that flow. It is part of that ecological circle with the, and that I'll go with the federal endangered wood stork for that one. Now, we're not against development, and I'm not retired either. Just I want to throw that out there. I've luckily been able to adjust my work around to try to attend all these meetings and express what I have to say. But what we got to do is address is the scale, density, and the compatibility of the plan. Not make it 8 stories or 10 stories. It's still between 150 to 200 feet from my house, my backyard, and I might have a wall. So this is, like they mentioned, this is what I pictured when I, have a home in this area. It was going to be sandwiched in a wall and 2 streets. And I appreciate y'all taking the time to review and listen to all of us, as each time the planning board approves it with serious concerns on our part. And this is a lesson I have learned. I went into it going, okay, the planning board the city workers, they're really gonna look out, make sure they're following the rules. So I'm gonna give my input and make sure, and then I started to see, I was gonna count on the city council and the commissioners and the mayor to make sure they're following the rules. So I appreciate your time and have a great night.
Thank you. All right, we have 4 remaining of the appellants, so it'll be Catherine Roberts Noble, Teresa Payment, Jonathan D'Angelo, and Maxine Darrington. Catherine Roberts Noble.
Hello?
We
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, Commissioner Stewart, other commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm so sorry I could not be there with the rest of my neighbors in person, but had to work from home today. But my name is Catherine Roberts Nobles. I live at 3894 North Lake Orlando Parkway. I've lived in our Rosemont neighborhood for over 15 years, and we enjoy where we live and the place we call home. My husband, Michael Nobles, who's sitting here with me now, and I are at birthday parties as our home is at the corner of Rosamond and North Lake Orlando Parkway, where phase 1 of the project is to take place. It is no secret that we oppose this proposed project by Westside Capital for various reasons. While we embrace change, as we realize nothing stays the same forever, change has to be for the right reason and conducive for those that are most impacted. Imagine your single-family ranch-style home being within 400 feet of 1,600 8-story apartment units with several businesses attached, followed by an additional 4,000 8-story apartment units just blocks away. It is wildly unreasonable, illogical, and inappropriate. None of you will want this in your community unless you live with lots of land use and areas for further development. There is no comparison to an already established community like Rosemont. I am also the president of the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association, and we have over 50 single-family homeowners as members and 5 additional Rosemont Homeowners Association with multiple households that are paid members. And of these members, 99% oppose of the proposed Rose Arts plan for multifamily development here in Rosemont. This project is not a plan to enrich and build upon our established and great community. Instead, it is a plan to impose massive density on our neighborhoods, further intrude on our natural and necessary environmental qualities, and overall decrease the quality of life for our homeowners. The Rosemont community will suffer while this new project, when said and done, will make massive profits for the developers. So that said, as the chosen representative to speak on behalf of the Lake Orlando homeowners members, I would like to talk about the Growth Management Plan, Future Land Use Policy Document, Subarea 1, taken from the City of Orlando Comprehensive Plan website. As far as we're concerned, it is a valid document for a point of reference. So policy S.1.2 states that in order to make medium intensity development, the developer of these sites shall, and I quote, shall submit their plans for review by the Rosemont Homeowners Association. The city and all staffers are aware that the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association is the existing recognized HOA of the Rosemont community. From the onset, our Commissioner Robert Stewart advised the owner-developer to first meet with the Lake Orlando HOA prior to presenting their plan and/or application to the City of Orlando. The applicant's communication team never asked to meet with the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association members to discuss specific details of their proposal to build on the former golf course. Again, this policy has mandatory legal language. The developer of these sites shall submit their plans for review. If this had been done, we may not be here today opposing this project. We were totally blindsided by the proposal when the application was first presented in 2020, and even today with the minimal changes from the initial plan. The developer did hold a few small group meetings with neighbors in and outside of the community infancy stage. However, they never formally asked for a meeting with us, the gatekeepers of Rosemont, as the GMP future land use policy mandates. Additionally, the staff report failed to state as a required condition this future land use policy and to require the developer now to submit plans for any master plan for all phases of this development. The city planners and team, I believe, are experienced enough to know the policy. Therefore, the amount of bad faith in preparing the staff report on the part of the planning division is appalling. So, Lake Orlando HOA, formerly the Rosemont Homeowners Association, has worked for over 20 years to ensure appropriate growth and quality of life for our residents. So for the Lake Orlando HOA to be totally overlooked and disregarded by the applicant as to what we think will work best for our community just adds insult to injury. So if anyone cares to listen to the voice and values of our residents, let it be duly noted that we oppose this Rose Arts project. First, it would only add to the challenge of a community that is already struggling with an exorbitant amount of multifamily density. Second, the proposal would require massive infrastructure improvements by the city to meet the sewage, street and traffic maintenance, law enforcement, educational facilities, and public safety demands created by the increase of population that this project is going to bring. Lastly, the project completely fails to help develop our existing business corridor, as we thought that the opportunity zone, Rosemont being an opportunity zone, would help improve. We also don't believe this will increase property values and enhance community standards. So today, as the president of the Lake Orlando Homeowners Association, as a homeowner here in a lovely home in Rosemont that we don't want to look across the street at 8-story apartments in our home. We're already looking at 2-story apartments as I speak now. So we respectfully ask that you vote against this project. Thank you for your time, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Mary Bryant and Claire Robinson apparently had some technical difficulties, so I'll come back to them after we do these last three. Teresa Payment.
All righty, I just unmuted. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you, Ms. Payment.
All righty, awesome. Well, good evening. My name is Teresa Payment, and I live at 3873 North Lake Orlando Parkway. I am a lifelong resident of Orlando. I was born in Orlando almost 48 years ago, and it is the only city I have ever lived in. I have lived in the Rosemont neighborhood for 4 years, and I call the Rosemont community home. The title of my remarks today is Setbacks, Walls, and Lies. My property directly borders the Rose Arts property, only a few feet away from the back of the 100-foot tall building with the famous grocer on its ground floor. The developer identifies this structure as Building B. The cover letter submitted by the developer proudly announces its new plan had generously increased the setback from my home. This cover letter states, and I quote, "We have further analyzed all setbacks for the current submittal to provide approximately 150 feet from single-family homes from 5-story portions of the buildings. This demonstrates a significant increase from the original setbacks of 70 feet. I interpreted this, and I assume you did as well, that the first Rose Arts building behind my home will be 150 feet from my property line. But this is a lie. The staff report on July 20th on page 31 shows a cross-section of the setbacks. And while the 55-foot tall part of Building B may start 150 feet from my home, there is a lower part of this building that is about 30 feet wide. So now the, quote, generous setback from my home has been reduced from the promised 150 feet to only 120 feet. But at least I get 120 feet, right? Nope, that is a lie as well. The back of the building B contains multiple service lanes to accommodate the building's delivery trucks. These service roads contain building B's loading docks, its moving vans, and its smelly dumpsters. According to the staff report, these service lanes will require an additional width of 25 feet. So now the distance between my home and the noise and smells of the back of the building B have been reduced to only 95 feet. But it gets worse. The staff report shows an additional 2 lanes of roads that will be used by the apartment cars to enter and leave the gigantic parking structure next to the grocery store. And these lanes total another 25 feet. So now, instead of having this supposedly, again, quote, generous 150 feet between my home and the impact of building B, I am actually left with less than 70 feet. Only 70 feet. Only 70 feet separating me from the exhaust smells of 4 lanes of traffic, the clanging of dumpster lids and the smells coming from them, and the ever-present backup beeping noise used by these service trucks. I was very scared, so I began to research to see if there were any protections for homeowners like me that could protect us from these intrusions into our personal space and the reduction of our property values. Well, actually there is. Sections 1.6.2 and 1.6.4 of Orlando's housing element policies says, in part, the city shall protect residential neighborhoods from noise and air pollution. Activities creating noise-related disturbances are restricted from inappropriate locations or are required to provide more stringent attenuation measures. I began to look for these more stringent decreased measures, and then it got even worse. I attended the July 13th meeting with the developer and asked the Rose Arts representative to show me what was exactly behind my home, the proposed Rose Arts thing behind my home. He showed me a plan that clearly had an 8-foot wall parallel to my property line and separating my home from the back of this huge building B. Later in the staff report on page 33, I saw this same wall, this Rose Arts wall depicted at my property line. After all the talk about open space with parks and a Baldwin Park setting, all of my neighbors and myself, what we are getting in phase 1 is a wall. A wall that is roughly just a few feet shorter than the Berlin Wall. So that's just a thought that came into my head, but that's what will be behind our homes, this 8-foot concrete wall. I was shocked again by this new revelation. When the Rose Arts was presented to our community, it was described as an inclusive urban village development, which would blend into our existing primarily single-family neighborhood and serve an area-wide benefit. Nothing could be further from the truth. There are no walls in Baldwin Park, much less an unfriendly 8-foot wall separating the Baldwin Park community from the Katy Way Trail. There are no walls currently separating our homes from our Orlando Urban Trail, and we can find no other commercial shopping centers where those centers back up against single-family homes and have 8-foot tall walls. There are none in Baldwin Park, none in Mills Parks, bordering Lake Formosa. Why now in Rosemont? Why did this Rose Arts developer break from the conventional wisdom of orienting the back of shopping centers away from neighboring family residences? Why did this developer not show the proper respect for this quiet neighborhood by building the back of its shopping plaza against the industrial park just across the street like all other developers would have done? And why did this developer attempt to mislead us all by promising 150 feet of setbacks behind our homes when it is really only 70 feet? Actually, the protective setback from my home is 0 because their intrusive wall is right at my property line. I see green now. All I will see is an 8-foot concrete wall. Is it because this developer is inexperienced, never having done this type of development ever before? Is it because this developer is just greedy and is trying to cram too many buildings into this quiet neighborhood? Or is it because the Rose Arts plan is just plain ill-advised? Whatever the reason, the Rose Arts wall proves that the developer is not building an urban village. He is building a Rose Arts compound. Everything that this developer has told us about improving our neighborhood property values is absolute nonsense and lies. I urge you to reject this incompatible and poorly thought out plan. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Jonathan D'Angelo?
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Pastor Jonathan D'Angelo, and I'm representing Church in the Sun. We're located at 4484 North John Young Parkway. And our property is located right at the corner of Lake Breeze Drive and John Young. As a general statement, we appreciate the need for growth and development in our communities. And as it pertains to this project in particular, we'd like to share a couple of transportation concerns that we feel may have an adverse impact on our operations as a church. So first are the proposed changes over time to the Lake Breeze John Young Parkway intersection. The proposal appropriates one traffic lane located directly in front of our main parking lot entrance as a through lane, or really an acceleration lane off of Lake Breeze. It appears to us that our church will effectively lose the front entrance over the life of the project, because this is really the only way out of the development via Lake Breeze to access John Young Parkway southbound. The planned through lane or acceleration lane, it ends right at the entrance to our property where people are slowing down to enter the church parking lot, or they're leaving the parking lot, or they're just driving through to continue southbound on John Young Parkway. In this plan, where drivers are pulling out, pulling in, slowing and accelerating all at the same time, is cause for concern for passenger safety and the potential for vehicle crashes as well. Now, we understand that this change may not occur in the Phase 1 base development, but our understanding of the traffic impact analysis is that this acceleration lane is a requirement for the subsequent phases. Our second concern is whether Lake Breeze can handle the increase in the number of daily traffic trips over the course of the phases. Even with the additional westbound lane and the proposed additional roundabout and the Rosemont mitigations, we believe cars will be backed up right in front of our entrances, making entering and exiting the campus very difficult and very dangerous. So our first request would be for a plan to be provided which specifically proposes an engineered solution to solve these challenges before approval. And second, our request would be that the solutions that would be needed to support the ultimate development be constructed as part of the Phase 1 base development, not just a conditional approach to ongoing analysis. And just comments on behalf of our church family. We've served Orlando for 30 years. We've served the Rosemont community for 20 years. We have a lot of activity on our campus all throughout the week. Pretty much each day throughout the week, we minister to thousands of families, men, women, teens, children. We provide food to the community. We provide counseling, addiction recovery. Our facility is used for the Orange County Precinct polling place. So our wish is simply to have reasonable, safe access to our campus through the base and the final phases of the development, so that we can continue to serve the community for many more years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maxine Darrington.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello. Okay, thank you. My name is Maxine Darrington, and I live at 4239 Players Circle, the Villas of Rosemont Green. I've lived here for 25 years. My remarks this afternoon are entitled, "This is not a Baldwin Park." Let's start with some statistics. Baldwin Park has a population of approximately 15,000 residents. Rosemont has a population of approximately 10,000 residents. Rosarts will, by itself, increase the population of Rosemont by 15,000 residents. In other words, this developer is proposing to take the equivalent of the entire population of Baldwin Park, which is spread out over 1,100 acres, and dump it into Rosemont on just a little over 100 acres. The developer would have you believe that Rosarts will be just like Baldwin Park. And look how well that development turned out. The developer has been telling us all in glowing terms that Rosarts will mirror the mixed height of buildings just like in Baldwin Park. And in the new plan, they have crowed that they have generously increased the setbacks to please the Rosemont neighborhoods. But that is a falsehood. Baldwin Park has only one building that is 5 stories high, 2 that are 4 stories high, and all the remaining buildings are 3 stories or less. Distances between the shortest residence and the taller buildings are measured in tenths of miles. Rosemont proposes to jump from single-story homes to 8-story apartment buildings in just 150 feet. And they propose not to build a few taller buildings like in Baldwin, but 10 100-foot tall towers. Just try to visualize 10 100-foot tall towers crammed into this small area. There are no buildings taller than 4 stories for miles around Rosemont. These apartment towers will loom over Rosemont and all the surrounding areas like the proverbial turd in the punch bowl. Even worse, Rosarts is completely in violation of the city's growth management plan. Orlando's growth management plan classifies Rosemont as sub-area 1, and then when addressing height transition in our sub-area, this plan specifically states, and I quote, "Infill development will be designed to create a gradient of density between current neighborhood uses and the highest proposed development intensity through height, massing, and articulation of buildings." Rosart is an infill development project. So the GMP requires that its buildings escalate in height gradually, transitioning from low-rise to higher buildings over hundreds and hundreds of yards. But the developer is totally ignoring this GMP requirement and transitioning from primarily single-story homes to 100-foot tall towers in the distance of only a few yards. Commissioner Stewart agrees when he said on March 22nd, and I quote, "There is not an apparent transition of buildings to avoid massing." While their plan states that the massing will be completed in 3 phases, that doesn't change the end result, that it doesn't meet our guiding objectives. So I would request the mayor and commissioners to think about the following questions. Does Rosarts have this gradient of density as required by the GMP? Does Rosarts mirror the carefully thought out articulation of buildings in Baldwin Park? Does this even remotely feel like a Baldwin Park? And we would hope that City Council would agree with us that the answer is no, it does not. This is not a Baldwin Park. So we would ask that this council reject this ridiculous plan. And I will close with one last quote from Commissioner Stewart, who said, when speaking about this failure of Rose Arts to meet the GMP requirements for the Rosemont sub-area, and I quote, "While the staff report says that Rose Arts conforms with our GMP sub-area policy S.1.4, I believe it does not even close." Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go back to Mary Bryant and Clara Robinson. Mary Bryant.
She's still not unmuting.
Clara Robinson. Any luck there, Madam Clerk?
Clara Robinson looked like she unmuted for a minute, and then she went back on mute.
Okay, then we're going to move on to the remainder of the public that wanted to testify. The remainder of these are also Zoom. So we have Gerald Berry, Brady Keys, and Milton Patrick. Is Mr. Berry out there?
Yes, hello.
You are recognized. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Berry. I live at 3823 Iron Wedge Drive. I am a resident of Rosemont, and I have been here for 44 years. I'm not going to apologize for repeating the following points that's been brought up over and over this afternoon. Density, we all have discussed it. I'm concerned that 2 miles south of here, packing district, I don't know how that's going to impact. We've spoken about the over 5,600 apartments. We've spoken about 80 to 100 foot tall buildings. And why? Why is that the target for this developer? I believe it's simple. It's a profit. We've spoken about the vehicle traffic. What we haven't spoken about is a 10-year build-out plan. We haven't spoken about the construction noise and the inconvenience on the entire area for a 10-year time period. We've spoken about building setbacks. The previous, one of the previous ladies prior to me, I also am very concerned with the road distance, traffic distance from my home to the roads. We've spoken about the limited entry and exits on 2-lane streets. Overall, this project isn't wanted by the majority of the homeowners of Rosemont. This project is trying to force fit too many apartments into an established community. So I have some questions. Number one, is this project a wise choice for the city and certainly the residents of Rosemont? Are we going to be proud of this completed project in a number of years? Is the project appropriate for the area? What are the alternatives? Someone pro-development had said, you know, we're old people, they don't like change. I'm not afraid of change. I am an old person. Just give us a plan that works into our community. So I'm going to plan an earworm that I hope each one of you play over and over and over in your head. And it is 1970, Joni Mitchell, Big Yellow Taxi. They paved Paradise and put in a parking lot. But here's the second part of that. You don't know what you've got till it's gone. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Brady Keys. Okay, the next three are Milton Patrick, Sophia Berhe, and Calvin Lennon. Milton Patrick.
He's not here, Mayor. Sophia Berhe is on Zoom.
Sophia Berhe.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Sophia Berhe, and I live at 5297 Stone Harbor Road. I've lived in Rosemont for a little over 3 years. My biggest concerns and areas that I can see that needs improvement since living in Rosemont are the schools and crime levels. I'm in favor of the Rose Art District because of the ability the development has to improve Rosemont schools, reduce crime, and increase our home values. The increase of home values will in return increase our property taxes that can be put back into improving the schools and provide additional policing in this area. The Rosemont Golf Course has long been abandoned and has become an eyesore. Rosemont can use revitalization, and this great neighborhood could regain its glory as one of Orlando's premier neighborhoods with an upgrade. That is why I urge the board to approve this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Calvin Lennon, Jen Dollar, Steve Sinelli. Calvin Lennon. Jen Dollar.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Dyer and members of the City Council. My name is Jen Dollar, and I am a proud baseball mom. And I also serve as the Vice President of our Orlando Babe Ruth Little League team here in College Park. And I represent more than 200 families who participate in our league every year. Our league operates baseball leagues for young people from ages 5 all the way through high school at Trotters Park off of Lee Road. Trotters is obviously very close to the Rosemont neighborhood and this proposed project. So simply put, the mission of Orlando Babe Ruth is really to give every kid in our city who wants to play baseball the opportunity to do so. Excuse me. And we work hard to remove barriers for anyone that wants to play by way of cost and transportation, etc. We have some incredible young people and families who are part of our league from Rosemont, and we want more kids from the neighborhood to be able to experience all the benefits that this baseball organization provides. That is why we are working with the Rose Arts team to develop a partnership to expand access to baseball for young people in Rosemont. And, excuse me, we believe the Rose Arts team is committed to our community and committed to the mission we have here at OBR to share baseball with a diverse population of young athletes. So we encourage you to approve the project and allow them to be partners and champions in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Sinelli, Quenisha Lennon, Chris Pruitt. Steve Sinelli.
This is Steve Sinelli. Can you hear me?
Okay, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. I actually just purchased a condominium in the area at 4503 Ring Neck Road. And I just wanted to say that one part of my decision to move into the neighborhood was being excited for this development. I can say without a doubt that if this was not allowed to move forward, I would potentially end up renting out my unit and it would just be another rental on the market. I think the area severely needs revitalization. I've heard some of the speakers previously with very much disdain talk about apartments, you know, as it's like the over there people. These units that are going to be built are high quality, brand new luxury units. So I just think it's a false equivalency to compare a set of apartments that exist currently with the ones that are being built. My idea is that as these apartments go in, it's going to cause gentrification, and it's actually going to cause the blighted areas to become better, torn down, revitalized, etc. I think that there's a lot of disdain for the fact that the developer will make a profit. That to me isn't even part of the equation as it relates to their intended use of this parcel. I had the chance to speak with the Rose Arts team for upwards of an hour, and I was very, very impressed with their commitment to the neighborhood and making it a long-term success for everyone involved. So I would, again, consider that for the better of the neighborhood to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Kenesha Lennon, Chris Pruitt, Andrew Sayre. Kenesha Lennon.
Hello, are you able to hear me?
We can hear you, Kenesha.
Hello, my name is Quenisha Lennon. I live at 5295 Stone Harbor Road. I am in favor of the Rose Art District. As I've stated before on previous calls, I've been a resident of the Rosemont area for roughly 24 years. I moved here at 10. I went to Rosemont Elementary the first year that it opened. My first job was at Albertsons grocery store, which is no longer here. I purchased my first home here about 7 years ago, and I have unfortunately seen this community continue on a downward spiral over these last 24 years, and I would really like to see the value go back up in this community. I would like to see more grocery stores, more amenities brought to this area. I would like to see Rosemont exceed its former glory back when we had a Publix and an Albertsons, and just the community was in a better upkeep. I look forward to, and I hope you guys really consider approving and going forward with the Rose Art District plan. And I look forward to the growth that it can bring to our community. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Pruitt, Andrew Sayre, Jen Goldman. Chris Pruitt.
Hi, this is Chris Pruitt. I live at 4563 South Lake, Orlando Parkway. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there in person today as much as I wanted to be. I myself am an individual with a disability. I have a severe mobility disability, which limits me to the things that I can do. Unfortunately, in the Rosemont neighborhood, it's very difficult for individuals like myself to get out and access different amenities. They're either way too far for me to travel, or I would have to take city transport, which for me, with my limited mobility, becomes risky and dangerous. So I'm actually in full support of the Rose Arts plan. I've been following this project ever since they proposed it. And I feel that the developer has done a great job with expressing, all of the different amenities that they're going to bring to the neighborhood, the economic impact that they're going to provide for an already dilapidated golf course and, a little bit rougher community anyways. But also, 21 years ago, under Mayor Hood, with a neighborhood stabilization analysis, Rosemont had set goals for a proper neighborhood identity, and with, I quote, a neighborhood commercial center. And all of this was supposed to have accessible amenities to include neighborhood parks, shops, and cafes, medical offices, and more housing. The Rose Arts plan would definitely achieve these goals in a way that is updated and also modernized for our times. So I plead with the city commissioners to look towards the future and help us build a better and safer community. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Sayre. Okay, the next three are Jen Goldman, Austin Valley, and Faye Henderson. Jen Goldman.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Dyer, commissioners, and the members of the City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Jen Goldman. I serve on the board for Orlando Babe Ruth. My son has been playing with Babe Ruth for 7 years, since he was 4, and it has become our second family. Orlando Babe Ruth operates a league, a rec league with competitive travel options for over 200 families. And this is all run through Trotters Park, which is on the corner of Edgewater and Lee, which is right near the Rosemont and the proposed project. The mission of OBR is to give every kid in our city the opportunity to play baseball, regardless of their family's financial situation. The Rose Art team shares this mission. We are working with the Rose Arts team to develop a partnership to expand access to baseball for the children in Rosemont. Please approve this project and allow this to happen. I would like to share a personal story about Cody. He's a 10-year-old boy from Rosemont. He registered for OBR and showed up the first day with a cute smile and a great attitude. He had never played baseball before. He didn't have any equipment. I found him a glove and he shared a bat. Cody ended up getting drafted onto my son's team, and we were so glad. He may not have been the most skilled player, but he was athletic, he was a team player and a hard worker. His mom was not able to bring him to all the games and practices, so other parents on the team happily pitched in when needed. Cody ended up making huge contributions to our team and got us into and helped us get into that championship game. In that game, he caught 3 pop flies in a row in right field, and he hit a true double on his last at-bat. His cute smile was huge. Our team did not win the championship game on the field that night, but it was still a victory. A lot of things were gained. Cody learned how to play baseball. All the boys took home so many valuable lessons about working together on a team, and lasting friendships and memories were made. And our team definitely benefited from Cody's amazing attitude. It was a win for all. Please approve the Rose Art project so that the existing and future residents of Rosemont can join our OBR family. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin Valley.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Austin Valley. My address is 2918 Carroll Place, Orlando 32804. I'm a District 3 resident, and I'm here to speak in favor of the Rose Arts District. For those of you who have not had a chance to meet, I am one of the chapter leads of an organization called Orlando YIMBY. YIMBY stands for Yes in My Backyard, and we advocate for more housing to offset the well-documented housing shortage that is facing our region and is driving the affordability crisis that we have. For those of you not aware, the Orlando metropolitan area is the 5th least affordable for housing after you adjust for median wages in the entire country. It's less affordable for housing than places like New York City and San Francisco. And frankly, it's in part because of things like this, where people fight housing. They make it difficult to build. It takes too long to build, and now there's not enough. And what's left is too expensive. I've heard it suggested that this project should contain as many as 4,000 fewer units attached to it. Let's think about what that means. That's 4,000 more people that are going to compete against you, your friends, your family for that house to purchase, that apartment to rent, further driving those prices up. Or it's 4,000 new homes that now have to be built 25 miles from the middle of the city on the Econ River in west rural Orange County over conservation areas. And we have to widen our highways and widen our roads to get them out there. We want dense infill housing that's only 5 miles from downtown. That's the kind of housing that we want to achieve for. Or perhaps worse yet, it's 4,000 families that we'd be telling are not welcome here. And so in my view, if any member of this city council decides to limit this project by a significant number of units, perhaps you should be the ones to tell those neighbors that they're not welcome here. You should find them and you should tell them that you don't want them here. These might have been the values of this city 20 or 30 years ago, but they're not today. It's not the kind of city that I want to live in. I want to live in a kind city, a generous city, a city that is welcoming of new neighbors. Lots of folks talk about Orlando being an inclusive city, and I think that's right. But inclusivity is not about a bumper sticker on a car or a sign in a yard. Inclusivity starts with letting people live here. So I would invite all of you to join groups like Orlando YIMBY and others who are saying yes to people We're saying yes to housing, and we're saying yes in my backyard too. Thank you.
Thank you. Faye Henderson, Sam Anderson, Chris Parker. Faye Henderson.
Hello, am I on?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. My name is Faye Henderson, and I live at 4643 Roads of Caraway. I, along with my husband and daughter, moved to our home in Rosemont in 1977. My husband, before his death in 2019, and I devoted much of our time as residents, making an effort to contribute to Rosemont's livelihood and aesthetics, often working with our HOA, formerly Rosemont Homeowners Association, and now the Lake Orlando Homeowners HOA, as well as we worked with the city staff. I was even granted the 2015 Buddy Dyer Mayor of Orlando Neighborhood Champions Award that recognizes this service to my community. And I am only one representing the kind of work that we do in this community. I have never been invited to discuss plans for the Rose Arts project. I did, however, attend a community meeting hosted by the city and the developer on June 22nd that unfortunately felt insulting and disingenuous, with information about the project as if at the finish line and dialogue with residents never left the starting gate. In addition, I have seen each meeting, MPB and City Council, on the Rose Arts proposal via virtual platform and reviewed the staff report. The Municipal Planning Board approved this proposal twice in a perfunctory manner based on technical specifications and special entries without considering the essence of this community's existence, meaning our intimate experiences with all facets of living in our community, good and bad, and our passion for the community's natural beauty, once destroyed, cannot be replaced. I am disappointed that the MPP approvals lack the very essence of what makes a viable, connected, and sustainable community that go beyond the technical specifications. The developers and the city need to talk with us, not to us, about the vision of this entire community in Rosemont that emboldens, not destroys, the existence of its rich diversity of people, its natural setting, and its present vitality. I look forward to further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you. Sam Anderson, Chris Parker, Kent Sullivan. Sam Anderson. Chris Parker.
Sam Anderson, if you can press *6 to unmute your device.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sam Anderson. I live in Rosemont, and I'd like to speak in favor of the Rose Arts proposal. And I'd like to thank the council and the developer for their careful planning consideration. Just to, not to beat a dead horse, but to address some of the recurring themes here from the opponents. We've heard arguments about people losing their backyard views. I don't know if anybody's really looked around Rosemont recently, but I don't see what is so aesthetically pleasing about an overgrown old golf course and an abandoned, vandalized clubhouse. There have been arguments that crime will come with development. That's not supported by reality. You can read the broken window theory that was prevalent in New York City in the 80s and 90s. I have to mention too, frankly, that I'm a little disappointed in our commissioner for failing to adequately take the temperature of this community as a whole when it comes to the Rose Arts project. I think instead favoring a small and vitriolic group of homeowners. I don't think that's an accurate representation of our demographic here. Rosemont has thousands of residents, many young families who want to see growth, who want to have closer access to retail, who want to have walkable spaces instead of overgrowth and wild animals and the occasional homeless transient. There was a figure given earlier, which was that 96% of the Rosemont community opposes the Rose Arts project. That was news to me, but I'm curious as to what the sample size was for that poll. I suspect that it was less than 10% of our nearly 10,000 residents. There's been mention also of high-paying jobs coming to Orlando and these proposed apartments being inadequate for those folks. It's really unfortunate to me that my neighbors are so willing to dismiss the contribution that service and hospitality industry workers bring to Orlando. There are plenty of young professionals, nurses, EMTs, police officers, teachers, etc., that are looking for rental units, especially in this housing market. Are we essentially telling them that they're not good enough for Rosemont? I certainly hope not. Thank you again for your time, and please give the Rosemont community the opportunity it deserves to grow.
Thank you. Chris Parker. Madam Clerk, does he appear to be?
Hi, my name is Chris Parker. Can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. My name is Chris Parker. I live at 4563 South Lake Orlando Parkway. Me and my partner bought our home about 5 years ago. Part of our appeal in this neighborhood was the low home prices, largely due to the abandoned golf course in the neighborhood. But we also knew that as Orlando and Portland Park continue to expand, that the only place that they really have to expand to is the Rosemont area. So as things developed and gentrification happened, so would our home value increase.
Chris, could you stay closer to your phone?
I'm sorry, can you hear me better?
That's better.
Okay. And as with most of the homes in this area are
That's not better.
Is that better?
Right there, yeah. Hold it just where you have it.
I said when we moved into this area, we expected for Orlando and College Park to continue to expand. And this is the only place for it really to expand, which would increase our home value. Like most of the homes in the area, they haven't been updated in decades. And so it was a great opportunity for us. And as with most of the new homeowners in this area, they're young homeowners. And that's what they're looking for is a town center, which is what development offers. We are not HOA members, as the previous person mentioned. The HOA only represents about 4% of the homeowners in the neighborhood. So of that is the 96% that they say that opposes. So about 4% of the neighborhood actually opposes this development. Largely, we are in favor of this. I personally am a professional fine artist, so the fact that it's a fine arts district is just a bonus for me. And we would really like to see a nice upscale town center, something like what the Action District is going to be. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kent Sullivan.
Thanks very much for the opportunity to speak, Mayor Dyer and council. My name is Kent Sullivan. I live at 3831 Iron Wedge Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32808. I've lived in Rosemont for over 20 years, and when the golf course went out of business, I wondered for a long time what might become of the land. The old golf course comes right up to my back door. I am speaking in favor of the plan Rose Arts District has as Chris just mentioned earlier. By coincidence, I'm also a professional artist. And I do appreciate the theme of the proposal and its commitment to encouraging arts in the area. Community arts can really lift up the spirit of community and foster great causes. So I also like the idea of having shops being right here. Relish the idea that we will have much more green space actually available to visit and enjoy. We've always said that living here in Rosemont, we're not really far from anything, but we're not really close to anything either. the potential of venues such as a food market and small shops within walking or biking distance is a very positive. I live right on the golf. Trees a lot.
Kent, we're losing you.
Woods. It's not really safe. Our neighborhood.
Kent, I don't know if you moved or something, but we can't hear you. Kent, you want to log off and reconnect?
It looks like he got disconnected.
He's disconnected? Yes. Okay, we had two additional folks that couldn't get in due to technical difficulties, so we're going to go back to them. One's an appellant, Clara Robinson.
Miss Robinson, if you can unmute your device.
Claire Robinson, can you unmute? Madam Clerk, what's the story?
We are trying to promote her to get her to speak, but it's not working.
Okay, the last one that we have then is Milton Patrick.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. My name is Milton Patrick. I live at 3806 North Lake Orlando Parkway in Rosemont. I consider Rosemont my home. My remarks today are going to be basically on the traffic mitigation of such a large project, which is Rose Arts. My home is located on where Lake Breeze and North Orlando Parkway meets. If you were to stop at the stop sign on Lake Breeze Drive and look ahead, you will be looking at my home. Currently, the daily traffic on North Lake Orlando is already significantly stacked in front of my house during rush hour every day. Currently, almost every year, there are probably around 2 to 3 drivers that run that stop sign at North on Lake Breeze Drive and end up in my driveway. A couple of months ago, someone missed it and literally took out my mailbox. That cost, it's costing me, $1,700 to repair. But like I said, 2 or 3 times a year, I already get a couple of people ending up in my driveway. And so it saddens me that something this big is going to bring additional traffic to North Lake and North Lake Orlando driveway. It's already a mess there currently. And with the Rose Arts traffic, I probably won't be able to get out of my driveway because, like I said, it's already bad now. Because of the bicycle lanes on both sides of the roads, we cannot implement traffic calming. There is 0 extra right-of-way currently right there now. The speeding traffic is so insignificant. Me and my neighbors, we joke all the time about it, Sebrings Drive, because of how fast the traffic currently is on North Lake. And because of the bicycle lanes and all that, it's just our comprehensive growth plan reads that it needs to be sustainable, and it really needs to be, because currently it's just unbelievable amount of traffic that we already got, and this is without the development even being there. Mayor and the Commissioner, our Rosemont streets are not laid out in a grid pattern. We have shown you videos. Rose Arts will generate an additional 42 car trips a day roads, and it's just not sustainable currently to what we have. If there is a way to incorporate more traffic coming into North Lake or just Lake Orlando Drive Parkway without jeopardizing the public safety, because we homeowners depend on those for like the fire stations and whatnot, I would be for it. The critical sustainability element to install traffic calming to manage our additional 42,000 cars is not attainable. And so I would just ask you guys to please grant the appeal and let the project that builds my community. They really need additional, they need to go back to the drawing boards and get something that is more in line with our community. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last speaker. Madam Clerk, yes? Okay. Becky, 10 more minutes. Or 2 minutes if you want, whatever.
Thank you. Due to the late nature, Mayor and Commissioners, I'll try to limit my remarks just to address some of the concerns that we heard. I want to thank you all for your time. Also, there was a lot of criticism of staff, and I have the pleasure of working with your staff on almost a daily basis on a lot of different projects in town. And not only are they professional and top-notch, but by the time a project gets to you all, it is not a regurgitation of what the developer originally proposed, but your staff really pushes us to create a better project. And I think one of the examples in that is the affordable housing. And so when we initially resubmitted, we resubmitted with an affordable/attainable housing component. And over the last several months, we've been working with your housing division, and that's where we ended up at the 60% AMI. What we'd initially submitted was 80% AMI that could go up to 120%. So we've backed those numbers down to make sure that it's truly capital A, capital H, affordable housing, and not attainable. With regard to the changing circumstances in Rosemont, the closure of the golf course, and I think someone else even called it really the heartbeat of Rosemont, that is really what kicked off a lot of the changes that you've seen in Rosemont. And what we're trying to do is respond to those changes. And so this word people are kicking around as if it is a negative is the word density. And in fact, it is density that helps you get all of the other things that we hear that the neighbors want. So one of the things we hear that they want is open space. Well, we're able to give over 50% open space if we have density. And if with that density, we build parking garages instead of surface parking. There's concerns about the environment, about the floodplain. When we are able to increase the height and density and pull these buildings away from the homes and away from the lake, we're able to provide, as I mentioned, the cypress tree area, which is saved, along with other areas, including the canal. And again, what we heard several of the speakers say is that they want real usable retail and commercial in this neighborhood. And the way you get good commercial is to have rooftops there, in this instance, density there, that creates customers for this type of town center. Just quickly on parks, there was a statement that your staff was skimping on parks, and that's simply not true. They do an analysis, and this area did not need additional community parks. A community park is a park like Trotters that has all the fields and has the tall lights, and I think we can all agree that would not be appropriate in this site, and it's already almost across the street. What they did do is increase our required amount of neighborhood parking. And so neighborhood parking is not the amenity space for the multifamily, but is true neighborhood parks that will have uses such as tot lots and other types of, I don't know if somebody said active versus passive, but they're just not soccer fields and baseball fields. And the city is who wanted that to remain owned by West Side, so that the city then doesn't have to pay to maintain that, but instead it would be our responsibility to build it and maintain it. And then just a little bit about compatibility. Compatibility does not mean it's the same. So we start on the east with heavy industrial uses, and as you move closer to the homes, we have our height of going up to the 8 stories, and then down closer to the home, it goes down to the 55 feet, and then you have the 150-foot setback. A setback is to a building, so the woman who spoke is correct. There are some instances where there are trails back there and where there are roads back there. And we had provided a wall in some of these areas because we thought that is what the neighborhood wanted. But we're happy to answer any other questions that you all may have, or if there was anything in particular. It's candidly a little difficult to rebut 45 different speakers. So if there's anything in particular that you want me to address, I'm happy to do so.
Commissioners, anything? Commissioner Burns?
Yes, talk to me a little bit about the MBE standards. And you made mention that the Rose Art project will mirror the city's standards. How can we be assured that that will happen? And what will be in process to make sure that that happens, not just in the first phase, but through all, I believe, 3 of the phases?
Sure. So that is set forward in your city code, the 18%, and we're offering the 18% as a goal for construction services. And you all can either make a motion today and have that as an addition to that motion, or we have to come back with the plan development. We could put that in the plan development because that PD is requiring a development agreement to also really get into the specifics of the affordable housing and how that affordable housing will be monitored. So however you all are most comfortable with ensuring that when we come back, we have that in writing and enforceable.
So you're saying that you all would be open to some type of amendment today to add that?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
It was stated earlier by one of the speakers about change and how sometimes some of these votes we don't take lightly, even though they're controversial and looking towards the future in the right now. Of course, I think everyone knew I could not support this project previously because there was zero affordable housing, but your team working with housing and understanding that we do here in Central Florida have a housing crisis, period, whether it's market rate or affordable or attainable. But to see that you have worked to make sure that we have some workforce housing in place at 10%, I think with this project will be the largest project ever, I think, in Central Florida, I would dare say, where we can create create that type of housing for those that are most at need, especially working class. Those that make just enough not to get any type of subsidies, but not enough to actually be able to close that gap for market rate housing. So that in between that. You know, also the MWBE participation, which is 18 and 6, to see those that are struggling, that are small minority businesses in construction, be able to help build this almost $1 billion project. That's when you start doing the math. You can see some small businesses possibly becoming millionaires and building their businesses and being able to hire locally, which we know small businesses is the economic machine. When I think about the spirit of small businesses and entrepreneurship, those that now, as we see that in, I guess, our new norm of COVID, we see a lot of small businesses that have been created but can't afford office spaces. And so I see this might be an economic machine for that area that needs revitalization. Just as such as Paramore. It's the tales of two cities over there too. The haves and the have-nots. You know, and with all due respect to the homeowners that have paid the way there in that area, there are some folks that aren't fortunate enough to have mothers and fathers to help them purchase a home, or fortunate enough to have a single-family home, but deserve the same quality of housing. I don't see this project, which I was very taken back, and I think not all, but some might be in the mindset of this change and creating a tower of ghetto living. That touched me the wrong way. I heard a resident, you know, say this is going to be a ghetto tower. What does that mean? What does that mean when you say ghetto? Are you talking about black folks coming? Are you talking about poor folks coming? Or we're saying not in my backyard, anywhere but in my backyard?
Hey, Commissioner, let's finish with the questions before we
Okay,
get into
I'm sorry, Mayor, I'm
I
sorry.
think we kind of went into argument there.
Okay, I
Or
apologize.
discussion.
So I guess my other question was, as the commissioner stated, and I think we are gonna amend and make a motion today on those two matters of the affordable housing, to put it in stone and then come back and place it in the PD, but I think the mayor's gonna go on record and he has something to say.
So, just so we're clear, we're on the GMP today, but it came forward in conjunction with a PD to the MPB, a lot of acronyms there. And in the PD, which is subject right now to a quasi-judicial appeal, there's an extensive element on housing that defines affordable housing, defines attainable housing, and then requires each phase of the PD to meet a minimum of 10% housing units as affordable, attainable, but sets a criteria that it has to be an average in the range of affordable. And then sets out the criteria that the units have to be similar to the market rate and how you go about determining what the rent is and all that. So that's already been passed, but I think for some comfort, we'll go ahead and include an element in the GMP, just describing back to that, as well as the minority and women participation.
In the 60%, because I think as the PD is read right now, it states 80.
Right.
We agree to the 60.
So yeah, that's, I guess, as Mayor stated, I'll make comments later. I do want to ask about access to the lake. Will there be public access to the lake?
Yes, so it's, I believe, 4,900 linear feet around the lake will now be public access. Very similar to the north kind of west side when you go around and there's that really nice park, and you can see into it. So yes.
That's all I have in comments.
Okay, other questions? Okay, I don't see any, so I'm going to move this along and go ahead and make a motion that we deny the appeal, consistent with, and accept the MPP and the staff's recommendation with the addition, based on the discussion that we've had today, that the motion include an addition of a 10% affordable attainable housing component and MWBE component in the sub-area policy. So that's the motion.
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so we're on discussion. Commissioner Stewart.
I think I'd like to have a question to Roy before we get into the serious discussion, and that is that we have the ability on this dais to actually amend, as you have done, the legislative, the GMP. And I think that we could actually limit it to something different if we choose to do that. So that, I'm trying to figure out what is our legal choices in moving forward. So you've made a motion that limits it or it adds some additional criteria. So I'm asking, I guess, Roy, are there other options that are available to us legally? Roy, what can we do?
Well, this is as a legislative appeal, it's a fairly debatable standard, which is very generous. If reasonable people can differ as to the decision, then it's acceptable. So there's a lot of leeway that the council has, and certainly one of the options would be to add an affordable housing component and an MBE component to the sub-area policy. It would just be linked to the bonuses. When we get to the PD stage, those kind of things would be linked to the bonus that the developer had received as part of this process. But that's only one option that would be available. The only thing that you couldn't do is go beyond the densities that were proposed. Anything less, any of these additions that are consistent with our comp plan, you would have the ability as city council to make those determinations as long as it's within the realm of what the comp plan allows. And certainly affordable housing is within that realm, and an aspect of the MBE component is within the realm of our comp plan as well.
So we couldn't go more than, we couldn't tell them we wanted 6,000, but we could tell them we was something less.
No, if you said that, we'd have to re-advertise because it was advertised at 53 or 5,600, whatever it is. We couldn't go beyond that, but we can pretty much do anything below that and still stay within a fairly debatable standard.
All right. I'm prepared to speak whenever you're.
Okay, you're the only one lit up right now.
All right. Let me share, apparently I've been quoted a lot the last couple of hours, and I appreciate people actually taking notes on what I said. Thank you very much. So I've got a statement I'd like to read, and then I'd like to kind of move forward on having this council take action. It's been much activity on this project since we last in front of us on April 12th, and in my opinion, much has not changed. First, I want to thank each of you for your diligence in studying this issue and engaging the District 3 constituents. I believe this is the most appellants that we've ever had in any kind of legislative appeal, at least in my 15 years. So I thank you, Mayor Dyer and Commissioners, for taking the time to actively listen to their concerns and their comments. It is a difficult issue, and I appreciate you putting it in much thought and consideration as you would an issue in your own district. Second, I want to thank the community for their engagement. Development is always one of those sparks that always one that sparks community interest. As a parent, their residents have continued to stay involved and have worked hard to educate themselves on the process and advocacy for their community. Third, I want to thank MPB and staff. And while we have agreed to disagree throughout this process, it is apparent that they have tried to use their expertise to make this project more palatable for the community and for the city as a whole. And last, let me thank the developer and his team. While I don't agree with their vision, they have clearly stated their goals and shared them with the community. Mayor, on our last meeting, at your direction, I offered to assist in bringing together the developer and the community to help facilitate a compromise that would still meet the developer's goals while satisfying the concerns of the neighbors. It was all thought that they could coordinate a meeting that would be productive and beneficial for everyone, limiting a long discussion in front of this council. To that end, I met with the developer one-on-one on a number of occasions to exchange ideas and how I felt about this plan and how it could move forward to be more compatible with the neighborhood. Without repeating the entire discussion, it's sufficient to say that I don't believe we made any significant progress. The developer felt that a reduction of less than 6% was a fair compromise. He provided his reasons for believing he needs that number of units for many reasons, including to try to lure potential retail into the area. As we've heard today, at the heart of those numerous concerns is a matter of density and compatibility. While there have been many tweaks to this proposal from the last one that we saw, many of the changes at the request of our staff, the bottom line, and changes at the request of our staff, the bottom line has been no real compromise on this project. Please note that I offered to try to find a way to support the first phase of this project, that is the 1,600 units in the northwest area of the property, but the developer was not interested in this suggestion. While I appreciate the developer, at the city's request, did conduct a community meeting to share about the second proposal, but it became apparent that the meeting was merely to explain the new proposal rather than garner input from the community. So as we look at this project as it stands now, thank you for allowing me to share my concerns. Each of you know that the developer, our staff, have been dealing with this project for almost 2 years. There have been long discussions with staff about how we can make this project palatable for the community and what steps can be attained to protect the surrounding neighborhoods and the city from a project where there is a chance that it could start and stop, become a construction project become a construction project that drags on for more than a decade. Once again, let me state for the record that I'm not opposed to development, but rather I'm opposed to allowing development for development's sake. Our city is pro-development. The community and the nation knows that. We have seen, just in my tenure, major projects that have been successful. On the other hand, we have approved projects that have been unsuccessful or never got off the ground. The problem with this is that as we as a council have made a change in land use that's now here to stay, and essentially changed that property and the area's trajectory in perpetuity. This, of course, is not the role of the city or the council, but it is an uncomfortable byproduct of the projects that extend beyond the capacity of a developer and or the economy. While we look at the plan in front of us, there is still little change since we last saw it. While the developer may disagree with my assessment, and he has a right to do so, a reduction of one of the apartment buildings doesn't rise to the intent of true compromise with a vocal opposition now numbering more than 700 property owners. It is our choice on this dais to look at what is before us. As we look at the goals determined for a planned development, it's my opinion that this development falls short of these goals, and therefore we need to tread carefully on the comp plan amendment. For example, according to our own land development code, this project should encourage a more compatible and harmonious development of contiguous lands, promote home ownership opportunities, and be equally controllable in terms of impact on the surrounding neighborhoods. In my opinion, with these three guidelines, and there could be more, that this project does not fall within our guidelines for specific zone or special zoning category. During our original conversation, I shared that 6,000 units on 128 acres of land is incredibly dense. It seems that this project only has legs because of the assemblage of 128 acres as a former golf course and is under a single owner. It's a property that already has drainage issues with nearly a third of the property just a few feet above the existing water table. Quoting both our staff and the developer's representatives, this is a very difficult project, and I agree. I'm convinced that the lower land was originally selected as a good portion of the golf course because it is a floodplain and required significant and extra cost to build it. To me, the issues related to this project continue with density, compatibility, and infill development in an area where this density is unprecedented. Commissioners, I want to look again at density if you'll allow me. I want to share a few comparisons for your benefit so you get a picture once again of this density. I'm trying to only spend time discussing what is in front of us as a legislative appeal. I believe this project is too dense for the surrounding area. In short, it will add 5,650 apartments directly adjacent to single-family homes. In our last meeting, we looked at some comparable projects. Once again, this developer has tried to compare this project to Baldwin Park, a project of which I'm very familiar. And once again, the comparison falls short in any type of standard. For example, Baldwin Park has a variety of uses: apartments, townhomes, single-family homes, commercial and parks, and water. But Baldwin Park's size is roughly 9 times larger than this project in acreage and combines a density that is 10 times more than Baldwin Park. It simply doesn't fit. Again, in his application, the developer compared the project to Atlantic Station, Trinity Groves, and Harbor Point. In my opinion, that these two are not comparables and should not be considered. Each of these has unique aspects that are just not available at Rose Arts. To save time, Mayor and Commissioners, I won't rehash what I submitted in our March and April meeting, except to say that there have been no significant change, and my conclusion still continues: it's just not compatible. What concerns me is a common theme that I've heard for those who are supporting this project, that we must approve this project because if we don't, there may never be another project to transform this land, and that this area needs a resurgence and more retail. Commissioners, this is the 4th such project that has been proposed for the golf course, and if we turn down this project, I strongly believe there will be others. There's no guarantee that retail will follow the building of the apartments, and we have seen this in other areas of our city where the retail we hoped would be attached to a particular mixed-use project actually never materialized. In short, the community deserves better. They deserve a developing partner who listens to the entire community. Let's take a moment and look at the urban plan. Our own guiding principles call for proper form. It says infill development will be designed to create a gradient of density between current neighborhood uses and the highest proposed development intensity through height, massing, and articulation of buildings. When we worked on Edgewater Drive Vision Plan, we looked at the height, massing, and articulation of buildings. Pardon me. This project, while the staff report says it conforms with our GMP area sub-policy S.1.4, I believe it does not. There is not apparent transition of buildings to avoid massing. As a matter of interest, it appears that there is a buffer between 70 and 210 feet between existing single-family homes and 8-story buildings. And while this new proposal moves massing, it still doesn't comply with our city's goals. To me, this is unacceptable. I know to make this project work, developer has told the city staff and municipality, municipal planning board, that density is required. However, building the downtown Orlando on a golf course miles away from any areas where there's a this dense is simply out of character for the goals and objectives of growth management plan. I think our staff has worked hard to try to make this project as palatable as possible, seeming to believe that this may be the only project that ever comes before us. While this project has gone this far, there is still a transformational project out there with considerably less than 6,000 units and 350,000 square feet of retail. I'm not fighting to get a golf course back, nor am I fighting to keep a green space or create a 128-acre regional park. These potential ideas have already been discussed and determined to be financially unfeasible. I also know that you can't please all the residents and that some will be opposed to anything occurring on this project. As we have seen today, however, this isn't just a few residents. However, I'm just advocating for a project to look at the entire Rosemont area and create something that could be both transformational and compatible. This project would set a dangerous precedent for communities in the future, and I would expect each of you to remember or look at your district to see what communities or projects are there that could be affected, especially a golf course project. As we know, that other golf course projects will come before us, maybe even some sooner than later. We have to think long and hard about the long-term and short-term effects of this decision on our entire city. With these points in mind, Mayor, I simply can't support anything less than the denial of the legislative appeal, and I can't support your motion, and would love to have a discussion about a motion of less density before this dais. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ortiz.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I need to warn our council on the fact that each and every one of us have been elected by the people of our respective districts to represent them. And we pretty much have become the experts of those districts, and the rest of the council must, in many occasions, follow that guidance, that directive. I know this has not been an easy path to decide what's best for the community, but we must represent the community. And the majority of the people have come here and spoken against this particular project are people that has deep grassroots with our community. The ones that I have seen that have voted for it, they have some invested interest, but are not necessarily those who have been living in the community for many years. There's two aspects, the compatibility and the density, that are troublesome. The community have said over and over that they welcome development, just not this kind of development. It's too dense. I support Commissioner Stewart on his decision, on his explanation about why he's not supporting this particular project and why he's not supporting the motion for the mayor. I believe he's representing the community. And in this particular instance, what I would ask to the developers to go back, there's other alternatives, to go back and see something that's more comparable with the community, more attainable. I think they're welcoming change, just not this kind of change. And with that, I support Commissioner Stewart on his claim.
Commissioner Hill.
I respect Commissioner's district, and usually we do lead and hear the voices of those in our district, but also represent a district that is somewhat, I would say, similar to the Rosemont district, that is and was in great need of economic vitality. And we're talking about Paramore, where we did have homeowners in the encroachment of development. And some of the decisions that I've sat here on the dais and this council, because we represent the city at whole, even though we're elected by a district. Because some of the citizens and the needs, you know, I have people that call me from the Pine Hills area, and they don't, at that time when they're in great need, they don't care if it's in this, they live in District 1, District 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6. They have needs. And I understand the fact of being a homeowner. and feeling like that you pay taxes and you should have a say. But I understand there's a great need on that western core of the city. I understand there's a great need for affordable housing, something that's near and dear to me. I don't think that, and the reason I'm supporting this project is because it will create over 530 units of affordable housing. All the affordable housing that has taken place, except for one project, has been in my district. I do think that we should use the opportunities to make sure that we have partners that can spread this affordable housing piece throughout the city of Orlando. The MWB piece is great, but specifically this affordable housing piece. There is a crisis. Working class families are sleeping in their cars, dropping their children off to school and going to work. And some of the offices that many of the constituents throughout the city work in, and they don't tell their colleague that they had to give their kid a bath at McDonald's and give them breakfast and then get in the car and go to work and repeat that same cycle every day because they can't afford housing. Right now, the stats say that housing has went up 18%. So, and it's going to continuously to grow. And I've been someone here on this board saying that folks are going to be able to take advantage of many of the opportunity tax zone incentives. Make sure that there's some type of inclusion and equity for the people while those incentives can take place. This project and this developer has done that. One of the toughest decisions I had to make is a place where I grew up, and that was to close off Paramore. It was very controversial to place the soccer stadium and push it a little bit forward. But the reason I made that controversial vote, and the whole community was against it, and everyone except for Commissioner Burns was on this council and voted to close that off because we understood that it would help revitalize Paramore, that it would bring economic opportunities to that area, that it would create small businesses in that area to flourish and thrive and come, especially minority businesses, and that the people around that stadium would be impacted in a positive way. Now, at that time, almost 5+ years ago, did we see that? No, but we knew that it would, and we voted yes. And now what you see is a renaissance of Paramore, other businesses coming there. The people outside of that stadium now have so many different opportunities with contracts inside that stadium, jobs inside that stadium, and even on the outskirts, small businesses that have been developed mobily. So that's what I kind of see and hope with this project. And I respect the voices and respect this commissioner that's leading the way. But I'm thinking about the possibilities to come because of such a huge monumental project such as this when it comes to vitality, economic development, affordable housing, and entrepreneurship. And with that, I'm going to trust the leadership of this council to hold this developer accountable. Mayor Dyer's leadership in making sure that it happens. So this is a tough decision for me. I have friends over in Rosemont that have been longtime homeowners. I've been in many of the homes over there. I have relatives, and that is a pristine and just a slice of old Orlando And you all have done an amazing job by keeping that area, as far as the home component, really magnificent with pedicured lawns. But me, the little girl that come from Paramore, that never had her own bedroom, that have lived in dilapidated housing, want to make sure when I sit on this dais that I create opportunities for others that I've never had growing up. So that's why I'm supporting the motion that the mayor had, not disrespecting the longtime homeowners, but thinking about the future of many of those folks within that area that don't have a mama or daddy that can help them with a down payment on a home, that still need some quality housing to grow up out of the trajectory of poverty. Because now times have changed and there's no rent control in place. There's nothing to secure that working class family that quite don't have what it takes for home ownership as of yet. So with that being said, this is difficult for me, Commissioner Stewart. I respect your leadership, but today I have to vote for the people. I know I can't please all people, but those people that many of you have not seen that call my office every day on that west side of Orlando and in the city of Orlando, that's looking for a hand up, not handouts. They work hard. That's why we said 60%, because those are working folk. Those aren't people on subsidized housing or AFDC or welfare. Those are people that I would call almost the working poor, making a little bit too much, not to get any type of subsidies, but not enough yet to own property. So, Mayor, I will be supporting the motion and look forward to holding the developers accountable for what they say that they're going to do, and most definitely it being on the PD as we move forward if this vote passes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Sheehan?
Thank you, Mayor. There were some comments made today about, not wanting to live next door to an 8-story residential next to an 8-story building. I mean, this is basically what I live in right across the street from my home. When the Mills, Nebraska property redeveloped, there's a retention vault, and then there's 5 stories, and it's right next to a residential district. The urban trail runs by it, and it's an amenity that my neighborhood enjoys. And I have to tell you, it's wonderful to be able to walk to the grocery store. So I don't understand the fear of new people, because I love the fact that I can walk and experience people, young people in my neighborhood that weren't here before. And I think it's actually wonderful. So I actually embrace the changes that have come to my neighborhood with the redevelopment of a large parcel of property, which is basically right across, not in my district, oddly enough, but it's right across the street from my home with Mills, Nebraska. And if you have the height, you can have green space and retail, and I think developer has done a good job of that. And I've been here many, many years, and I've heard many times complaints about the condition of the golf course. And now all of a sudden it's green space. I've heard it's a dumping ground. It's a code enforcement problem. The clubhouse is falling down. And now all of a sudden it's this cherished green space where there's been a lot of complaining about the conditions. So I just don't understand how it went from, a dumping ground and a code enforcement problem to all this pristine green space. I mean, it's overgrown. So I don't quite understand that. And I actually did have a golf course in my district that was redeveloped. It was controversial. It was Cypress Creek. It's now in a different district. But I rolled up my sleeves, I got to work, and I came up with a different plan. And I brought a plan to council that was supported. And to quote the former Commissioner Mabel Butler, who I just adore, if you don't have a plan, you become part of someone else's plan. And you gotta come up with a plan. There's no plan here. except for the plan that the developer has brought forward, going through our process fair and square twice and getting unanimous support from the municipal planning board. So I am going to support the mayor's motion. You know, we gave adequate time for a different plan, and that didn't happen. Sometimes you got to roll up your sleeves and get to work and make difficult decisions. That's what we get paid to do. We get paid to make difficult decisions, not to warm chairs. So I will, you know, I'm willing to make a difficult decision today and lead. And I think that this is going to be a good amenity for Rosemont. And I think that eventually, you know, even the people that didn't like the redevelopment that happened across from the street from my home, who spoke against it, I used to see them in the fresh market all the time. So I think it's not going to be as bad as people think. So I am supporting it, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, let me just close out by saying a couple things. Number one, I want to thank all of the people, either appellants or people from the public that came to speak today with passion. These are not decisions that anybody at this dais takes lightly. We listen, we understand. I want to thank Elizabeth and the entire planning staff for all the hard work over the course of, I don't know, 18 months now, something like that probably. But we have some realities to face here. We have a huge housing deficit in our community. That's not just an affordable, Commissioner, that's at every income level. But I saw a stat the other day that we're 50,000 units short of affordable housing in our community. So we have to make decisions like this, and we always talk about infill development, but infill development is hard. As Commissioner Sheehan was just saying, I think of Baldwin Park, I think about the plaza right downtown, I think about the golf course that Commissioner Sheehan mentioned, I think about the Wellesley in College Park, I think about the Princeton, how many people came out against both of those projects during the course of things. And as it turns out, those all ended up being great projects for the neighborhood. In terms of the Wellesley and the Princeton, it's added so many more people to the population base along Edgewater Drive that it's easier to support the businesses on Edgewater Drive. And then it is terribly difficult to redevelop golf courses. And I think that this developer has come up with a thoughtful plan, a creative plan, great level of detail, the setbacks, the heights, the tree canopy, the environmental concerns. And what it does, it creates a town center, which in my opinion, Rosemont has needed for a long time. We talk about 15-minute cities where you can get to just about everything you need with a 15-minute walk or a 15-minute bike ride, and that's what it's going to create in Rosemont. So we'll have an urban village, which is 5 miles outside downtown Orlando, not 35 miles out to the east, and we need to be about infill development, and this is a great project in my mind. So I will call the question. So motion and a second. All in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed?
No.
Aye.
Okay, so I got it 5-2, is that right?
Yeah.
5-2 with Commissioner Ortiz and Commissioner Stewart voting no. Okay, we still have more business to do. That's the good news. I'm wondering if the people that are here for general appearance are stuck around.
Mayor, we still have 2 ordinances.
Okay, we need to go back to, Madam Clerk, if you would read, let's go back to hearings, ordinances on first reading, 2021-60, which is the GMP amendment.
Ordinance number 2021-60, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, amending the city's adopted growth management plan to assign the urban village future land use map designation to approximately 7.72 acres of land addressed as 5189 Rosamond Drive, and to amend the city's adopted growth management plan to change the future land use designation for certain land generally located southwest of North Orange Blossom Trail, west of South John Young Parkway, north of South Lake Orlando Parkway, east of North Lake Orlando Parkway, and south of Lake Orlando, and comprised of 120.28 acres of land more or less from public, recreational, institutional in part, and residential medium intensity in part, to urban village, further amending the city's growth management plan to establish a new sub-area policy for the same property to provide a maximum development program and required land development regulations, providing for amendment of the city's growth management plan maps, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Elizabeth, would you approach? So we added some stuff to that. I assume you just want to add it before second reading, the additional components?
Yes, if I could, Mayor, I'd just like to read out the actual text of the 2 additional bullet points for the record. So bullet point number 1, and this would be at the end of the sub-area policy, affordable housing. Each phase of the PD shall dedicate a minimum of 10% of the housing units as affordable housing. The affordable unit set aside must meet an average of 60% area median income. A developer's agreement between the city and the applicant shall be adopted with the PD rezoning to outline income qualification and unit management, monitoring, and compliance. Bullet point number 2, MWBE. Future Land Use Policy 1.6.3 encourages cooperation of the community and business groups with the city's economic development initiatives, including the Minority and Women Entrepreneur Business Assistance Program. This property is envisioned as an inclusive neighborhood, including support of local job creation initiatives, and should reflect the goals of this program. A developer's agreement between the city and the applicant shall be adopted with the PD rezoning to address minority and women business participation.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any cards for public participation?
No, Mayor.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
No.
Okay, same 5-2 vote as the appeal. And then the last ordinance is ordinance 2021-61, the annexation. Madam Clerk.
Ordinance number 2021-61, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Orlando, Florida, annexing to the corporate limits of the city certain land generally located north of Lake Breeze Drive, south of Rosamond Drive, west of North Orange Blossom Trail, and east of North Lake Orlando Parkway, and comprised of 7.72 acres of land, more or less, providing for severability, correction of scrivener's error, and an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Sheehan, second by Commissioner Hill. Madam Clerk, do we have any cards?
No, Mayor.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion indicate so by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
No.
Okay, 5-2 with Commissioner Stewart and Commissioner Ortiz in the negative. That is all of our official business for today. Madam Clerk, do we have general appearance request?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay.